Chapter 370. After Han Shoror left the Dark Elves' territory, the 5 female Dark Elves worked together to drag the corpses of Adele and a few elven elders to the lowest secret cellar. They announced to the outside world that Adele and a few elven elders had gone to travel to the world above. After a few days, tens of thousands of small spiders suddenly gathered in the cellar. It was as if all the small spiders in the Dark Elves' territory had gathered. These small spiders had used some unknown method to arrive in the cellar, but the Dark Elves in the territory hadn't noticed them. Millions of tiny spiders filled the entire cellar. They crazily wriggled on top of Adele's corpse. Each of the tiny spiders spat out a strange power that fell on Adele's corpse. After the tiny spiders spat out the power they carried in their bodies, each of them became dry and lifeless. This process continued for a period of time. The millions of small spiders that had rushed into the cellar all spat out the energy they carried in their bodies, and all of them died in the cellar one after another. Adele's shriveled corpse slowly weathered, and after a few days, only a white skeleton remained. However, a thumb-sized bead that sparkled with a blue halo appeared within Adele's skull. This bead was filled with the obscene energy of spider goddess Rose that Han Shoror had previously absorbed. Suddenly, one day, the blue bead suddenly shot out thousands of blue silk threads, which pierced into the corpses of the elven elders. Those blue silk threads were like pipes that transported liquid, and actually drew out strands of blue light from the corpses of the elven elders. In just a short while, the corpses of the elven elders had all turned into flying ashes. That blue bead slowly flew out of the cellar in the middle of the night, and flew towards Spider Goddess Rose's temple in this area. Within the temple, a pure and innocent female dark elf was piously praying to the statue of Spider Goddess Rose. This dark elf girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, as if she hadn't been deeply corrupted by the dark elves' obscene culture. Her expression as she prayed to the statue of Rose was that of the most devout believer. As she muttered to herself in the language of the dark elves and continued to worship the statue of Rose, the blue bead that flew out of the cellar suddenly hovered above her head. Suddenly, the blue bead burst out with thousands of rays of blue light, tightly wrapping the girl below. An enormous amount of energy suddenly gushed out from the blue bead and was transmitted into the young girl's body through the strands of blue light. The young dark elf girl, who was entangled by the blue light, let out a blood-curdling scream. Unfortunately, because her lips were also covered by the blue light, her screams couldn't escape. The girl's emerald green pupils gradually turned white, and her screams gradually subsided. After a while, the blue bead and the thousands of blue lights slowly entered the girl's body. The girl collapsed in front of the statue of Spider Goddess Rose with blue light lingering around her body. Only when it was almost daybreak did the blue light in the girl's body completely disappear, and her white pupils regained their emerald green color. When the girl stood up from the ground, she deeply bowed to the statue of Spider Goddess Rose, then gnashed her teeth and said, "Brian, I will definitely let you taste pain, and kill you in the same way." At this moment, Han Shoror, who had been bitterly cursed and hated by others, was laughing heartily. Han Shoror's wild laughter lingered in the cemetery of death, brimming with joy and satisfaction. In front of Han Shoror, an old fey demon about 2 meters tall, with long green fur, dense fangs, and sharp claws had finally descended into this plane under his summoning art. The old fey demon roared incessantly as soon as it appeared. This kind of high-level undead creature wasn't bound by the laws of heaven and earth, even in the profound continent. That enormous roar indeed spread throughout the cemetery of death, mixing with Han Shoror's wild laughter. The old fey demon roared and raised its head to see the contractor in front of it. It actually flew straight towards Han Shoror, its speed as fast as a green lightning bolt. Its 2-meter-long claws whistled in the wind, its imposing manner incomparably astonishing. Damn it, something's still not right. It looks like the summoning art wasn't completely successful. Otherwise, if such a powerful undead creature had descended from another plane and immediately attacked the necromancer would have been in a miserable state during the battle. Han Shoror cursed inwardly. Seeing the old fey demon rush over, he hastily grabbed the demon slayer edge. Han Shoror waved the skeletal staff in his left hand and chanted an incantation. An enormous white bone shield abruptly formed in front of Han Shoror, with sharp bone spikes protruding from the surface of the shield. The old Fey zombie collided with the white bone shield with a bang, and the white bone shield abruptly exploded, causing the old Fey zombie to fall to the ground. The white bone shield condensed by the Grand Magus realm was much sturdier and had a much larger surface area. The old Fey demon could only smash the white bone shield when it rushed over, and was unable to break through the white bone shield's interception in one go. Without waiting for the old Fey demon to crawl back up, the Demon Slayer edge in Han Shuor's hand flew out. With an extremely ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, two of the old Fey demon's sharp claws on the right side were broken. However, Han Shuor was also overwhelmed with shock. He didn't understand how the old Fey demon's sharp claws were formed. The Demon Slayer edge had chopped down, but only two claws were broken. Moreover, it seemed to take a lot of effort. Han Shuor was well aware of how sharp the Demon Slayer edge was. In addition, it had absorbed a large amount of fiendish aura and was meticulously forged by Han Shuor. It was truly able to cut through gold and stone effortlessly. Han Shuor really didn't expect that the old Fey demon would actually be so terrifying. Its sharp claws were only broken by the Demon Slayer edge's chop. The old Fey demon landed on its butt, bared its teeth, and let out a loud howl again. It once again charged at Han Shuor. Han Shuor waved the skeletal staff in his hand, and over 100 bone spears pierced through the air. Although the bone spears weren't able to pierce through the old Fey demon, the old Fey demon was still pushed back by the hundreds of bone spears. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Shuor relied on the power of the contract and used the skeletal staff to send the old Fey demon back. It wasn't that Han Shuor was afraid of the old Fey demon. With Han Shuor's strength, it wasn't difficult to kill the old Fey demon. However, the old Fey demon that attacked its master as soon as it was summoned was obviously caused by a problem with the incantation. Currently, the most important thing was how to chant the correct summoning incantation, and not waste time with the old Fey demon. After leaving the underground world, Han Shuor had been practicing the Grand Magus level summoning incantation in the Cemetery of Death for the past few days. After a period of study, Han Shuor had gradually grasped the technique. Only then was he able to summon the old Fey demon from the other dimension today. The old Fey demon immediately attacked me as soon as it descended from the other dimension. It definitely wasn't completely bound by the power of the contract. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't dare to attack me. Han Shuor muttered to himself. He furrowed his brows as he pondered over the details of the summoning incantation. Casually taking out the thick necromancy book, Han Shuor once again deeply read it. After a while, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly cried out in surprise, "Shouldn't I have created the contract midway?" When using the summoning incantation to lure the old Fey demon into the profound continent, Han Shuor had first used the incantation to communicate with the other dimension. After chanting the incantation to search for the old Fey demon, Han Shuor's mental strength would traverse the boundless space and instantly descend into the other dimension. At this time, Han Shuor would be able to randomly lock onto an old Fey demon. The following process was to use the mental strength to firmly suppress the locked old Fey demon, then use the mental strength to suppress and destroy the old Fey demon's resistance. Then, take the opportunity to form the contract and bring the old Fey demon into the space tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the old Fey demon would pass through the mysterious space tunnel and descend into the profound continent. However, from this cryptic necromancy book, Han Shuor noticed a note in a remote corner. The meaning was that the creatures from the other dimension were the strongest in the other dimension. However, once they left the other dimension and escaped into the space tunnel, they would instantly enter the weakest state. Once they descended into the material world from the space tunnel, they would be able to recover. Of course, the undead creatures would forever be the strongest in the netherworld. When they arrived in the material world of the profound continent, because there wasn't a dense death aura, their strength would be limited to a certain extent. However, even so, the undead creatures in the material world could still display formidable strength. As long as there were living creatures in the material world, there would be the presence of the aura of death from the souls of the dead. Although it wasn't as much as their world that was purely formed from the aura of death, it could still provide them with the energy they needed. In addition to the aura of death that they themselves possessed, even if they descended into the profound continent, their strength wouldn't be too different. However, in the process of going from the netherworld to the material world of the profound continent, they would have to traverse through the mysterious space tunnel in the blink of an eye. Originally, the distance should have been endless, but under the influence of the contract and mental strength, or perhaps the incantation contained the mysteries of the law of space, it caused the distance that should have been endless to shrink to the size of an instant. According to the difference in mental strength and proficiency in the summoning incantation of a necromancer, the time taken for the undead creatures to pass through the space tunnel from the netherworld to the material world was also different. The stronger the necromancer and the deeper the understanding of the essence of necromancy magic, the shorter the time needed. Under normal circumstances, a necromancer at the level of a magic apprentice to an archmage would require 3 to 5 seconds to make an undead creature descend from another world to this world. The current Han-Shoror could already be considered to have advanced to the level of a Grand Magus necromancer. This time, it would only take the short span of a second. If it was a necromancer at the level of a sacred magus, the time needed to traverse could even be calculated in milliseconds. That was practically the time taken for the summoning incantation to be completed, and the undead creature would instantly descend into this material world. The process of chanting the incantation was actually a series of processes of communicating with the undead creature from another world, searching for, suppressing, and forming a contract. However, regardless of whether it was a magic apprentice who had just peeked into the door of necromancy magic, or a sacred magus necromancer who had a deep understanding of the essence of necromancy magic, regardless of whether he was summoning the lowest level skeletal warrior or the terrifying undead creature bone dragon, the summoned undead creature would always need to pass through the space tunnel. Although the time needed for this process varied according to the strength of the magus, this step was always unavoidable. According to this note, it seemed that no matter how strong an undead creature was, it would be extremely weak in this space tunnel that did not have any aura of death. Referring to the law of necromancy magic that forming a contract while the undead creature was at its weakest, Han-Shoror seemed to have suddenly understood something. His heart stirred. Han-Shoror once again chanted the incantation of necromancy magic, focusing his attention to the optimal state. As the syllables of the incantation changed, he suddenly formed a connection with an old fey demon from another world. As the old fey demon struggled with all its might, Han-Shoror's mental strength erupted like a flash flood, firmly suppressing the old fey demon's struggles. As the incantation of necromancy continued, Han-Shoror's mental strength gradually suppressed the old fey demon's resistance. When the incantation reached the syllable of traversing, Han-Shoror suddenly brought the old fey demon to traverse through the space tunnel. Once the old fey demon entered the space tunnel, in that 1 second, Han-Shoror used all his strength to quickly form a contract with the old fey demon. 1 second passed, and the old fey demon suddenly descended in front of Han-Shoror in the cemetery of death. Letting out a light breath, Han-Shoror's eyes glistened as he stared at the old fey demon that had reappeared, ready to react at any time. The old fey demon landed in front of Han-Shoror. The terrifying old fey demon didn't make any movements, and didn't madly charge at Han-Shoror like last time. After staring deeply at the old fey demon for a while, Han-Shoror's heart gradually grew a bit more joyful. He tried to transmit a message, and the old fey demon continuously flew in circles in the same place according to Han-Shoror's message. From the old fey demon's emotions, Han-Shoror could feel its impatience and even disgust. It seemed to hate this kind of senseless action, but it still followed Han-Shoror's instructions. The power of the contract made it unable to resist. Success, it's finally King succeeded. Han-Shoror laughed wildly. He understood that the summoning spell this time was truly a success, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. Under Han-Shoror's tireless efforts, the old fey demon summoning spell of the necromancy Grand Magus realm had finally been truly realized. Once the old fey demon summoning spell was complete, he would be able to quickly grasp the bone demon and mummy lord summoning spells. Chapter 371. Passing through the transportation array in the Cemetery of Death, Han-Shoror arrived at the depths of the desolate outskirts of Seagate City and walked out of the transportation array. Summoning the Earth Elite Zombie, Han-Shoror opened up a tunnel leading to the top of his head and left the depths of the underground, hurrying towards Seagate City. For an expert like Han-Shoror, Any city's defenses were practically useless. Descending to a remote corner of Seagate City, Han Shoror headed towards the area where Helen had originally stayed. However, when Han Shoror arrived, he discovered that Helen and her personal guards had long since left Seagate City. Arriving at the Dark Mantle stronghold in Seagate City, Han Shoror summoned Delanti. From Delanti, Han Shoror found out that Helen had gone through a bloody purge in Seagate City and was now completely under Helen's control. Han Shoror's letter from last time had already reached Dick's hands. According to Han Shoror's instructions, Dick spread the news from Brettel City, saying that Helen had never had an intimate physical relationship with Han Shoror, and that the rumors of Helen being raped were purely the conjectures of the servants. Brettel City issued an official statement in accordance with Han Shoror's instructions. This time, the statement was deliberately spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Indeed, some people believed the news, but some people with filthy hearts still didn't believe the authenticity of the news. As for the citizens of Helen Duchy, when this statement arrived, out of respect for Grand Duke Helen, a portion of them truly believed the statement. Helen originally disdained to come out and prove the truth of this matter, but after experiencing cold and disdainful gazes for a long time, she took advantage of Brettel City's statement and stood out. Under the joint supervision of several great nobles of Helen Duchy, including a few virtuous and prestigious women, Helen agreed to have her body appraised. 3 old women sent by the great nobles examined Helen's body, finally confirming that Helen was indeed a virgin. After these great nobles, as well as the highly respected women of Helen Duchy, issued an official statement to the citizens, all the citizens truly believed the truth of this matter and no longer had any doubts about Helen's identity. Perhaps because the citizens felt that they had previously insulted the Grand Duke's reputation, the citizens who had originally despised Helen began to bitterly reflect on their actions. After this incident, the citizens' admiration for Helen reached an unprecedented height. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Helen swiftly and decisively eradicated several of her political enemies. She eliminated all of the nobles who had previously plotted against her. After a bloody massacre, there wasn't a single noble in the entire Helen Duchy who dared to rebel against Helen. At this time, the Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, who had originally treated Helen with incomparable indifference during the Conference of the Seven, immediately sent a passionate letter to Helen. On one hand, he bitterly expressed his remorse, and on the other hand, he once again pursued Helen like before. Inside the Duke's mansion in Helen Duchy's Helen City, Helen was holding the letter filled with touching words of love. She sneered as she tore it to shreds. She said to Firewind beside her, after experiencing this matter, "I've thoroughly seen through Benedict Sackville's true colors. It seems that Benedict Sackville has always been pursuing Helen Duchy and not me. When all the citizens and nobles of Helen Duchy rebelled against me, not only did he not help me, he even schemed against me in secret. However, now that I've regained control of Helen Duchy, he's once again begun to chase after me like a housefly. It turns out that Benedict Sackville has only been pursuing Helen Duchy from beginning to end." Firewind, who had transformed into a human woman, nodded her head and said, "I've long since said that Benedict Sackville can't be trusted. Politicians are all for the sake of profit. This person's hypocrisy is nauseating. I really don't know why you were willing to cooperate with him in the first place." Hearing Firewind's words, Helen's tender and beautiful face turned slightly red. She said, "Big Sister Firewind, I was only using him. The relationship between countries is nothing more than that. Narsen Duchy and we have the same enemy. I was only using him to deal with the enemy." After pausing for a moment, Helen's face became even redder. After hesitating for a moment, she timidly asked Firewind, "Big Sister Firewind, what do you think of Brian? That despicable villain?" Firewind stared blankly for a moment before gnashing her teeth in hatred. She didn't know why, but when Helen heard Firewind call Han Shoror a despicable villain, she faintly felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if deep in her heart, she didn't want anyone to slander Han Shoror, even if it was her closest sister Firewind. "Yes, it's Brian. Big Sister Firewind, what do you think of him?" However, with Helen and Firewind's many years of intimate relationship, she naturally wouldn't rebuke Firewind because of these words. Instead, she looked at Firewind with some expectation. Firewind shot a glance at Helen. From Helen's eyes that were filled with expectation, Firewind could no longer see the slightest bit of resentment towards Han Shore. Firewind sighed in her heart and forced a smile. Helen, this Brian is even more difficult to deal with than Benedict Sackville. When facing Benedict Sackville, I could still feel a bit of his filthy thoughts towards you, as well as his hypocrisy that doesn't match his inner thoughts. However, when I'm with this Brian, I'm simply unable to sense any of his inner emotions. He's like a bottomless cold pond with a deep, bottomless callousness. As for what lies in its depths, it's simply not something I can see. Ari, this man is too powerful. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. I know we can't deal with him, and I also don't know if your way of doing things is right or not. Firewind understood that Helen had already unknowingly developed feelings for Han Shore. Han Shore indeed had the ability to attract any woman, but this kind of man was basically a drug for women. Once they fell for him, it would be hard for them to extricate themselves. However, for Helen, who was similarly exuberant with ambition, being paired with a tyrannical and ruthless character was indeed the most suitable. Han Shore was clearly this kind of character. To Helen, Han Shore, who possessed terrifying strength and acted decisively and viciously, was undoubtedly filled with a fatal attraction. In the 7 Grand Duchies that were at war all year round, if Helen had the support of such a man by her side, it naturally wouldn't be a bad thing. Unfortunately, this man's schemes were too many. A single Helen Duchy was obviously not enough to satisfy him. When he attempted to dominate all 7 Grand Duchies, Firewind didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a disaster for Helen to follow him. Elder sister Firewind, I know what I want. Benedict Sackville can't give me something, but I think Brian can. In addition, I don't know why, but I've discovered that I can no longer hate him. Perhaps women are just this emotional. They can hate a person to the bone, but because of one thing, this hate can turn into love. Ari. Helen sighed as she spoke with deep feelings. While Helen and Firewind were pondering, a cloud of light smoke slowly drifted over from within the Duke's mansion. It passed through the courtyard and curled up towards Helen's window. Helen, who was in the middle of talking to Firewind, couldn't contain the pleasant surprise in her heart when she saw the light smoke slowly approaching. Suddenly, she happily said, "He's here." Firewind stared blankly for a moment. Then, she sensed an evil aura slowly entering the room. Firewind was somewhat afraid of the necromancer and demonic aura on Han Shore's body. Seeing the light smoke approaching, Firewind furrowed her brows and retreated a few steps, pulling apart some distance from the gradually visible Han Shore. "You've come." When Helen saw Han Shore calmly appear, she had an impulse to throw herself into Han Shore's bosom. However, the joy on her face was sincere. Yes, some matters were delayed for a few days. But fortunately, you've already taken over Seagate City. Right now, the entire Helen Duchy should be even more secure than before, right? Han Shore smiled as he nodded. Seeing the sincere joy on Helen's face, Han Shore was indeed very happy in his heart. He was happy that this woman had gradually fallen deeply in love with him. In such a short period of time, Helen had eradicated her political enemies in a bloody purge and reorganized the Helen Duchy. This made Han Shore somewhat admire Helen's strength. He thought to himself that this woman was able to ascend to a high position in the Helen Duchy. It seemed that she really did have some methods. "Oh right, the matter you mentioned last time, how is it going?" Seeing that Firewind was here, Helen couldn't act too intimately. After the initial joy, she immediately began to inquire about the proper business. "My people have arrived in Helen City. It's only because I haven't come over that I haven't dared to contact you. Yes, they're currently outside the door. I think that now that the Helen Duchy is in your hands, you should be able to secretly conduct some transactions." Han Shore replied with a smile. "Big sister Firewind, I'll have to trouble you to invite them in." When Helen saw that Han Shore was speaking, he took the opportunity to give her a meaningful look. Her charming face reddened as she blushed and said to Firewind. When Firewind saw Helen's face rippling with love, she sighed in her heart. How could she not know that Helen wanted to send her away so that she could say some intimate words to Han Shore? "Yes, I'll go out for a while." Firewind replied and directly walked outside. She couldn't help but silently criticize Helen for valuing a lover over a friend. As soon as Firewind left, Helen retreated a few steps with a red face. Looking at the approaching Han Shoror, she said in a low voice, What do you want to do now?" When Helen retreated to a dead end, she leaned her delicate body against the wooden wall and said in a low voice with a red face, "This is my duke's mansion. Don't you dare act recklessly." Han Shoror stretched out his hands and pressed them against the wooden wall on either side of Helen's shoulders. Looking at the somewhat panicked Helen, Han Shoror felt a sense of gradually conquering satisfaction. He beamed and said, "The Helen Duchy is completely in your hands. According to our agreement, shouldn't you take the initiative to serve me in bed?" Helen's heart panicked, thinking that this scoundrel was actually so shameless and brazen as to make such a request. This caused Helen's heart to beat faster and faster. Blushing, she implored Han Shoror, "Give me a little more time, I'm still not ready. In addition, I just proved my innocence to others. If you want me immediately, others might see through my flaws." After hearing Helen's words, Han Shoror changed his train of thought and felt that this was indeed the case. Experienced people would be able to tell at a glance whether or not a woman had been nourished by lust. Han Shoror was also extremely confident in his own ability. He believed that once he took Helen, he would definitely change the impression Helen gave others. Who knows, people might really be able to see through some clues. "All right, I'll give you a little more time." While Helen was feeling apprehensive, Han Shoror pondered for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. Just when Helen let out a sigh of relief, Han Shoror chuckled mischievously and said, "However, shouldn't I collect a little interest first?" As soon as these words were spoken, Helen's heart that had just calmed down once again became chaotic. She shyly and stealthily raised her head to glance at Han Shoror. Seeing the fiery passion in Han Shoror's eyes, she hastily lowered her head in panic and whispered, What do you want?" "A kiss," Han Shoror said with a smile. This guy's lustful heart really hasn't changed. Helen sighed inwardly. However, she didn't feel angry in her heart, only bashfulness. Helen hesitated for a moment. Since he had already agreed to that matter, it seemed that she had to give him a little sweetness. Then, her heart became chaotic. In any case, she would be his sooner or later. Forget it. As she thought of this, Helen blushed and closed her eyes as she raised her head, waiting for Han Shoror's hot kiss to arrive. However, after waiting for a while, Helen discovered that Han Shoror didn't move. She couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion and look at Han Shoror, who was looking at her with a smile. Pointing to his own lips, Han Shoror said, "I want you to take the initiative to kiss me." This bastard, how embarrassing. He actually wants me to take the initiative to kiss him. Helen's heart thumped wildly and even her neck was covered in a red tide. That red tide was spreading to the rest of her body. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. "Hurry up, or else the Fire Phoenix and the others will come back. If you don't take the initiative to kiss me before the Fire Phoenix and the others come back, I will force a kiss on you in front of them." Han Shoror looked at Helen in ridicule and threatened. After hearing Han Shoror's words, Helen's heart became even more flustered. Thinking of the scene that Han Shoror had described, Helen's heart became even more afraid. Sighing, Helen's pretty face was flushed. She closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Han Shoror's big mouth. Chapter 372. This kiss was destined to be short-lived because Fire Phoenix's footsteps were already approaching. Han Shoror only tasted it lightly and didn't delve into Helen's fragrance. While Helen was still wondering why Han Shoror had suddenly stopped being so greedy, she also heard Fire Phoenix's voice. Helen raised her head to look at Han Shoror with watery eyes and immediately understood that it wasn't that Han Shoror had stopped being greedy, but rather that Fire Phoenix had already arrived. Han Shoror had already entered the inner room to sip tea before Fire Phoenix had entered. This time, apart from Fabian, there were also a few merchants from the Lancelot Empire who had come to Helen City. Although these merchants were on very good terms with the Boot Merchant Guild, Han Shoror still wouldn't let them discover his relationship with Helen. Even Fabian didn't know the exact situation. He had only come because he heard from Dick that this trip was safe. Fabian was loyal and devoted to Phoebe. Although his relationship with Han Shoror was also very good, Phoebe was Fabian's true master. If it were any other matter, Fabian might have always been on Han Shoror's side. However, when he discovered that Han Shoror had another woman named Helen, Han Shoror couldn't predict his actions. If Fabian had honestly and selflessly reported Han Shoror's lustful behavior to Phoebe, with that jealous nature of Phoebe's, who knew what kind of storm would have arisen? When Fire Phoenix brought Fabian and a few other merchants from the Lancelot Empire in, she only needed a glance to see the bashful sweetness on Helen's face that hadn't yet faded. Fire Phoenix's subconscious pouting made Fire Phoenix's thoughts wander even more, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Helen. Helen was a bit embarrassed. She coughed lightly to cover it up, cursing Han Shoror in her heart. She then smiled at Fabian and the other merchants from the Lancelot Empire and said, "Welcome everyone to our Helen Duchy. I believe that everyone already knew what we were going to talk about before entering this room." Fabian only knew from Dick that Helen, the Duke of Helen Duchy, wanted to conduct some secret transactions with their company. With Fabian's keen sense as a merchant, he immediately smelled the thick scent of gold coins from this invitation. As the person in charge of the Helen Duchy, Grand Duke Helen currently had 100% control over the entire Helen Duchy. With such a character taking the initiative to invite them, any merchant guild that came would be able to obtain generous benefits. Nodding his head with a slight smile, Fabian respectfully saluted before saying, "Of course, our Boot Merchant Guild can provide you with everything that your Helen Duchy needs. In addition, we will also purchase some of your Helen Duchy's goods at a reasonable price. This will definitely be a transaction that will benefit both parties." While Helen and Fabian were talking, a guard's report came in from outside. "Your lordship, they've arrived." "Let them come in," Helen commanded gracefully and elegantly. Afterwards, a group of 7 people walked in. Judging from their auras, they were somewhat similar to Fabian and the others. Each of them had a slightly plump build, and their eyes sparkled with the cunning of a scramble for fame and profit. "Greetings to the Grand Duke." After the group of 7 entered, each of their expressions were more respectful than the other. After experiencing this bloody purge, it would be difficult to find any nobles in the Helen Duchy who dared to rebel against Helen's position. Helen's viciousness had also been widely spread among the nobles and merchants, causing these merchants to tremble with fear. Rise," Helen shouted in a tender voice, then introduced them to Fabian. "These are the merchants of our Helen Duchy. In the future, all transactions between the Helen Duchy and you will be completed by you alone. However, you can rest assured that in the future, within the borders of the Helen Duchy, all of you will definitely be guaranteed." "Thank you, your lordship. This kind of transaction that benefits both of us will definitely satisfy all of us," Fabian said with a relaxed smile. Helen nodded and said, "Today, I will only introduce both of you to each other so that you can rest assured that the transaction between you two will be under my protection. All right, you can find a place to discuss the specific details. My request is that you don't let anyone know about the transaction between you two. The more secretive, the better. Your lordship can rest assured, we know what to do." Fabian and the merchants of the Helen Duchy answered together, their hearts bright as snow. Afterwards, under Helen's signal, they left the place. These merchants began to discuss the details of the transaction on the road. After Fabian and the others left, Han Shoror walked out from inside and said to Helen, "I think that with the merchants of the Lancelot Empire, some of your goods will no longer have to pass through the Narsen Duchy in the future. The Brut Merchant Alliance and your Helen Duchy are too far apart, and there's also Benedict Sackville in the middle. Instead of trading with them, it would be better to cooperate with Fabian and the others. You were so enthusiastic to bring these merchants here. Isn't it because you have taken a fancy to our Helen Duchy's valiant warhorses?" Helen glanced at Han Shoror, who had just walked out from the inner room, and said with a snort. After hearing Helen's words, Han Shoror laughed dryly and said, "This is originally a mutually beneficial transaction. You and I can both benefit from it." After pausing for a moment, Han Shoror said, "All right, the seeds of internal strife in your Helen Duchy can be considered to have been uprooted. I think it's time for me to leave the Helen Duchy." "Ah, you're leaving so soon?" A sense of loss suddenly rose in Helen's heart. She said to Han Shoror, There are many wonders in the Helen Duchy that are worth exploring. How about I personally take you on a tour? In any case, I don't have much official business to attend to during this period of time. When she heard that Han Shuror was leaving, Helen was somewhat reluctant to part with him. She wanted Han Shuror to stay in the Helen Duchy for a while longer, so she couldn't help but suggest this. Han Shuror laughed involuntarily and said, "Do I look like such an elegant person to you?" Helen's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said in a low voice, "You've only been in Helen City for less than a day, yet you're leaving so soon. Can't you stay with me for a few days?" Helen's slender, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted, her eyes filled with loss and sadness. She understood that a person like Han Shuror wouldn't be tied down by a woman. However, for some reason, she couldn't help but miss Han Shuror during these few days that he was away. Now that Han Shuror had finally arrived, she naturally didn't want Han Shuror to leave immediately. Han Shuror silently looked at Helen, the corners of his mouth gradually overflowing with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If I were to stay for a few days, I wouldn't be able to guarantee that you would continue to maintain your holy and pure appearance in the Helen Duchy." Cough cough. Huafeng dryly coughed twice. When Han Shuror and the blushing Helen turned their attention to her, she opened her mouth and said, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Without waiting for Han Shuror and Helen to speak, Huafeng stomped her feet and directly walked towards the door, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Her departure was really neat. Helen bitterly glared at Han Shuror and rebuked, "It's all your fault. How could you say such things in front of Sister Huafeng?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuror calmly said, "It's her fault for not being tactful. When the two of us are alone, she should have found an excuse to avoid arousing suspicion. Hihi, what's more, you're going to be my woman sooner or later, and this is your Duke's mansion. There's nothing wrong with me telling you these things." "How can this be? Sister Huafeng is just like my own sister. She'll definitely make fun of me." Helen angrily shouted at Han Shuror, as if she was a little girl who had just tasted love for the first time. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm also leaving." Han Shuror was preparing to leave the Helen Duchy and make a trip to the other duchies. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to enchant the mystical demons into the minds of the several Grand Dukes. He wanted to seize the opportunity to control the Grand Dukes and gradually nibble away at the 7 Grand Duchies. You're really leaving immediately?" Helen bit her lips and looked at Han Shuror with eager eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and lowered her head to suggest, "If you're willing to stay with me for a few days, as long as you don't really want me, I'll let you do anything else." When she said these words, Helen's head was almost buried in her towering breasts. She couldn't help but secretly curse herself for being so lowly. How could she take the initiative to surrender to Han Shuror so quickly? But since she was the one who said those words, it was undoubtedly a form of submission to Han Shuror's other situation. Han Shuror was stunned. His pair of burning eyes gazed at the bashful face of the goddess worshipped by the citizens of the Helen Duchy. His heart suddenly felt hot and dry. The bashful and angry Helen in front of him was boundlessly gorgeous and possessed a kind of soul-stealing charm. This made Han Shuror, who had always run amok, somewhat unable to hold himself back. "All right, I'll stay with you for 2 days." Han Shuror replied and abruptly hugged Helen by the waist. Amidst Helen's soft and bashful cry, he fiercely kissed Helen's rosy lips. During these 2 days, Han Shuror accompanied Helen to wander around the Helen Duchy. Helen had secretly left the Duke's mansion and temporarily handed over some official duties to trusted subordinates. The Helen Duchy was equivalent to a province in the Lancelot Empire. There were indeed some beautiful scenic spots in several of its cities. Helen had always been busy with official duties and hadn't had the opportunity to properly tour her own duchy's beautiful scenery. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to come out with Han Shuror, she was truly in high spirits. Both Han Shuror and Helen could fly, and Han Shuror had enough strength to protect Helen. In order to have some alone time with each other, the Fire Phoenix was naturally mercilessly excluded. The two used 2 days to visit several famous mountains and rivers, as well as beautiful valleys. During these 2 days, Han Shuror really took advantage of Helen's body. Except for the lack of true ecstasy, every part of Helen's body had been explored by Han Shoror. At first, Helen was reserved and resistant, but as she slowly became intimate with Han Shoror, she gradually let go of herself. After 2 days, Han Shoror and Helen no longer had any barriers between them. The surging waterfall was like thousands of silver ribbons pouring down in torrents. It fell into a bottomless cold pool, splashing up sparkling and translucent water droplets like crystals. There were many lush plants growing around the cold pond. Some of the flower buds were releasing a delicate fragrance to their heart's content. All kinds of birds were chirping and dancing in the air, rendering this area full of vitality. The breath of spring was perfectly performed in this place. On the branches of a towering old tree, Han Shoror hugged Helen and smiled at the beautiful scenery. He whispered softly as he listened to Helen narrate all the interesting things about the Helen Duchy. These 2 days, Helen had put down her dignity and arrogance as the ruler of a duchy, and as a little girl who had fallen in love, she accompanied Han Shoror to her heart's content. Looking at the man in front of her who was becoming more and more satisfied with her, a feeling called happiness leisurely rose from the bottom of her heart. If you want to conquer the 7 Grand Duchies, there's one person you must pay attention to. Nestled in Han Shoror's embrace, Helen slightly adjusted her posture and looked up at Han Shoror, who was looking ahead. Han Shoror stared blankly. He lowered his head and looked at Helen in puzzlement, asking, "Who?" "Statholm of the Bramble Tarnai," Helen replied with a dignified expression. "Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him?" Han Shoror was even more puzzled as he asked in puzzlement. The current 7 Grand Duchies were the original Verdun Imperial dynasty. When the Verdun Imperial dynasty was at its peak, it wasn't any weaker than your Lancelot Empire. The state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial dynasty was Sword Saint Statholm. Although the Verdun Imperial dynasty was divided into 7 Grand Duchies, the original state preceptor, Statholm, lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Vale. This person should still be alive. Once the 7 Grand Duchies are invaded by foreign enemies and are on the verge of being destroyed, he will definitely leave Stranglethorn Vale to help the 7 Grand Duchies. Helen looked at Han Shoror and explained. Han Shoror was really astonished when he heard Helen's words. He couldn't help but continue to ask, "The Verdun Imperial dynasty has disappeared for so long. Are you sure this person is still alive?" Nodding, Helen said, "Legend has it that when your Lancelot Empire invaded the 7 Grand Duchies last time, Statholm played a key role. The 7 Grand Duchies didn't have a sword saint or sacred magus on the surface. When your Lancelot Empire invaded our 7 Grand Duchies last time, your Lancelot Empire didn't send a sword saint or sacred magus because they were warned by Statholm. When the Verdun Imperial dynasty was still around, State Preceptor Statholm was a sword saint renowned throughout the continent. So long after the Verdun Imperial dynasty, State Preceptor Statholm is still alive and well. No one knows exactly how powerful his strength is. However, after the last time, legend has it that State Preceptor Statholm warned the experts of your Lancelot Empire. They indeed didn't dare to use the forbidden magic of a sacred magus to reverse the situation of your Lancelot Empire's defeat. Han Shoror was overwhelmed with shock. He silently nodded, firmly engraving the name Statholm in his mind. Chapter 373. In the end, Han Shoror didn't stay in Helen Duchy for long. 2 days was 2 days. After separating from Helen, Han Shoror galloped all the way, arriving at Benedict Sackville's mansion in Narsen Duchy that very night. The state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, Statholm, had left a deep impression on Han Shoror. From Helen's words, Han Shoror understood that this state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court was perhaps still alive. Generally speaking, the lifespan of an expert who had advanced to the Sage realm would naturally extend. Statholm had been a sacred sword master for many years. After reaching the Sage realm, Statholm had always lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Valley. According to reason, he should indeed be alive and well. This person was the state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, as well as the only Sage realm expert in the 7 Grand Duchies. If Han Shoror wanted to take the 7 Grand Duchies for himself, then Statholm would indeed be a threat. Fortunately, this person had long since lived in seclusion. What Han Shoror needed to do was to use his mystical demons to enchant each and every one of the Grand Duchies, using the power of the mystical demons to slowly turn them into his puppets. This was different from the previous large-scale invasion by the Lancelot Empire. Han Shoror believed that this method should be more reliable. Statholm, who had always lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Valley, shouldn't be able to sense anything. When the 7 Grand Duchies were all secretly under Han Shoror's control, Han Shoror's strength should be able to take another step forward. At that time, even if it was Statholm, Han Shoror might not necessarily be unable to do anything to him. Benedict Sackville's mansion was brilliantly illuminated at night, as if a banquet was being held. The shadows of people could be seen moving about in the central courtyard. Many knights in full armor were tightly guarding the place. Inside a large hall with crystal lamps hanging high above, Narsen Duchy nobles in formal attire and elegant bearing were currently holding wine glasses and happily chatting with each other. Among them, Grand Duke Benedict Sackville, who was dressed in a white ceremonial robe, was naturally the most dazzling. All of Narsen Duchy's great nobles surrounded Benedict and incessantly beat around the bush in an attempt to obtain some information from his mouth. The last meeting of the 7 nations in Sakamir Valley had ended on bad terms. Several of the Grand Duchies had lost some of their troops in the chaos of the assassination and war. Narsen Duchy also had many high-ranking generals assassinated in this battle. After Benedict returned to the duchy, the first thing he had to do was naturally to replace the lost outstanding generals. Upon hearing this news, all of Narsen Duchy's great nobles spared no effort in recommending their own descendants, hoping that they could fill in the gaps and become people with real power in Narsen Duchy. Benedict understood the intentions of these nobles. He also knew that this was a time of need, so he held this banquet in the Duke's mansion, intending to probe them and gain some personal benefits. After releasing the mystical demons, Han Shoror had a clear understanding of the situation in Duke Benedict's mansion. How many experts were hidden within the Duke's mansion, and how many magical boundaries were laid out in every corner of the mansion. None of these could escape Han Shoror's prying eyes. Concealed outside the Duke's mansion, Han Shoror was like a hunter in the dark night, calmly staring at his prey, Benedict Sackville. In his heart, he was constantly searching for the most appropriate opportunity to enchant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain. Mystical demons possessed miraculous effects, but the process of enchantment wasn't that easy. First, Han Shoror had to be personally by Benedict Sackville's side. When the original demons occupied Benedict Sackville's brain, Han Shoror had to constantly urge them with secret demonic techniques. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, Benedict Sackville might immediately die a miserable death or become an idiot, unable to achieve the effect Han Shoror needed. During this process, Benedict Sackville couldn't resist in the slightest. His mind had to be maintained in a muddled state. This was the easiest way for the mystical demons to invade. Generally, the best opportunity was when Benedict Sackville was dreaming. Only when Benedict Sackville had entered a deep state of a nightmare and Han Shoror had suddenly descended to Benedict Sackville's side, would he be able to take advantage of Benedict Sackville's muddled state to successfully implant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain. Everyone would dream, but dreams didn't happen every night. Sometimes, a person could go several days without dreaming. Han Shoror had to wait for Benedict Sackville to dream. Moreover, when he was dreaming, the defenses around him were sufficiently lax. Only then would he be able to descend to Benedict Sackville's side. For 5 consecutive days, Han Shoror paced back and forth in the vicinity of the Duke's mansion. The mystical demon paid close attention to Benedict Sackville at all times, especially at night. The mystical demon kept a close watch on Benedict Sackville, especially at night. During these 5 days, only on the 3rd day did Benedict Sackville fall into a nightmare due to exhaustion after a long day of official business. However, on that day, Benedict Sackville stayed in an incomparably tightly guarded room in the Duke's mansion. Outside, there were layers upon layers of experts protecting him, while inside, there were all kinds of magic barriers alerting him. On that day, Han Shoror was confident that he could forcefully barge in and kill Benedict Sackville on the spot. However, he wasn't confident that he could implant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain without waking him up. Han Shoror even carefully weighed the gains and losses. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even if he killed Benedict Sackville, there would still be another noble who would become the Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy. Rather than wasting time like that, it would be better to directly control Benedict Sackville. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoror gave up on the idea of killing Benedict Sackville on the spot that night. He continued to wait for the next opportunity. On the sixth night, Han Shoror suddenly discovered through the original demons that Benedict Sackville had left the Duke's mansion for the first time. His heart stirred. Han Shoror used the mystical demons to closely watch Benedict Sackville while silently following him. He planned to see what Benedict Sackville wanted to do in the end. Contrary to Han Shoror's expectations, Benedict Sackville clearly didn't leave the Duke's mansion for official business. Instead, he headed towards the northwest streets of Narsen Duchy and secretly entered a quiet and elegant manor through the back door. The 12 mystical demons scattered and entered the manor. In just a few minutes, Han Shoror already knew what kind of place this quiet and elegant manor was. Lawrence had previously brought Han Shoror to Ossen City's northern rose garden. This manor was a special place for the nobles to indulge in debauchery. This manor was undoubtedly the most famous place in Narsen Duchy. The area it occupied was even larger than Ossen City's northern rose garden. There were countless unsightly activities inside. After the 12 mystical demons circled around, Han Shoror gained a deeper understanding of the debauchery of the nobles. Benedict Sackville was the true master of this place. Han Shoror only needed to use 2 mystical demons to keep an eye on Benedict Sackville and quickly learned of this fact. As the most powerful man in Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville didn't need to expend much effort to secretly control this place. As the master of this place, he first listened to a financial report in a tightly guarded secret room. Soon after, he chuckled and walked towards an exquisite and elegant little building. Waiting inside was a pair of mother and daughter. Han Shoror had previously seen this pair of beautiful mother and daughter at the private banquet Benedict Sackville had hosted at the Duke's mansion. These two were the wife and daughter of Count Tibbet. Madame Tibbet was over 40 years old, but because she had taken good care of herself, she only looked to be in her 30s. Madame Tibbet and her daughter Diali stood together. The two of them didn't look like a pair of mother and daughter at all. Instead, they looked more like a pair of sisters. The radiant Madame Tibbet and her daughter welcomed the ruler of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, into the room. Through the eyes and ears of the mystical demons, Han Shoror was astonished to discover that this pair of mother and daughter had actually obtained the approval of Marquis Tibbet when they came to serve Benedict Sackville. It was precisely because of the instigation of their husband and Diali's father that they had secretly come here to serve Benedict Sackville, in exchange for their sons, or younger brothers, position as a knight captain under Benedict Sackville. Having learned of this situation from the mystical demons, Han Shoror now had a deeper understanding of the hidden filth of the nobility. He didn't expect that Marquis Tibbet would actually allow his wife and daughter to serve Benedict Sackville so that his son would have a way out. This made Han Shoror feel that it was inconceivable, but at the same time, it also broadened his horizons. This pair of mother and daughter were indeed the best of the best in the world. The mother was mature and charming with a full figure, while the daughter was youthful and full of vitality, possessing a charming and gorgeous beauty. When the two of them stood together, it was already a kind of temptation. When the mother and daughter simultaneously resolved to serve the same person, the unethical taboo would increase the temptation to men by more than tenfold. Not to mention Benedict Sackville, even Han Shoror felt a bit restless. He found it hard to resist the temptation of having a mother and daughter serving together. Madame Tibbet was all smiles as she put in a good word for her son. Even Han Shoror couldn't help but stare blankly at her with the unique allure of a mature noble woman. Damn it, I can't let that old bastard Benedict take advantage of me. Han Shoror secretly swallowed his saliva as he fiercely thought to himself. His mind was racing as he quickly thought of an idea. He didn't know if he had reached the realm of carnal lust, but Han Shoror's current lust was gradually becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Often, when he saw a beautiful and moving woman, he would have a ruthless impulse to recklessly press them down and ravage them. This pair of mother and daughter stood there charmingly. Whenever Han Shoror thought of that kind of forbidden joy, his desire would burn fiercely. Just as Han Shoror was thinking about this, the demonic infant within his body suddenly overflowed with a bizarre energy. This energy circulated faster and faster within Han Shoror's demonic infant, causing Han Shoror's face to flush red. He found it difficult to control his own desire. Han Shoror was suddenly startled as he suddenly reacted. The bizarre energy rapidly circulating within the demonic infant carried a nefarious aura. This aura clearly came from the energy absorbed from the dark elf matriarch, Adele, last time. What's going on? Last time, I clearly got rid of the dregs, so that nefarious aura should have been expelled from my body. Why is there still this aura flowing within the demonic infant? Hey, that's not right. Why wasn't there such a big movement the last time I faced Helen? Han Shoror's consciousness could clearly pry into all the unusual movements of the demonic infant. When he discovered that the demonic infant was rapidly rotating and that nefarious energy was unexpectedly rotating faster and faster, he felt somewhat puzzled. He understood that he had yet to advance to the realm of carnal lust. Logically speaking, when he was about to reach the realm of carnal lust, he might have an intense desire. However, this desire should be multifaceted and not limited to just lust. Could it be because of the nefarious energy that was absorbing Adele's energy causing mischief? Han Shoror was somewhat puzzled. However, he gradually discovered that the intense lust in his heart was slowly becoming uncontrollable as the nefarious energy circulated within the demonic infant. As a demonic cultivator, Han Shoror was particular about doing as he pleased. Add to that the fact that Han Shoror wasn't averse to this kind of lust to begin with, it caused his lust to gradually overflow. I can't let Benedict Sackville take advantage of me. I need to think of a way. While Han Shoror was allowing his lust to spread, his brain was actually operating at high speed. Since this place wasn't Benedict Sackville's Duke's mansion, its defenses were much weaker. Benedict's elegant room was only surrounded by his personal experts. There weren't any complicated magical barriers in the room. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shoror suddenly released his dark fog. Seizing the opportunity, he slowly floated into the room where Benedict Sackville, Madame Delbert, and her daughter were in. At this time, the three were still drinking and flirting. After Han Shoror arrived, his body uncontrollably overflowed with specks of blue light. Under the cover of Han Shoror's dark fog, these specks of light weren't that obvious. Gradually, Benedict Sackville, as well as the mother and daughter, inhaled them through their noses and mouths. Like this, not only did Han Shoror and the others, but even Benedict Sackville and the mother and daughter, who were brimming with taboo allure to men, gradually became confused and their breathing became rough. Including Han Shoror, the four people in the room were shrouded in lust. The blue specks of light drifted and enveloped the entire room. As the one who unintentionally released the lust, Han Shoror was still somewhat clear-headed, but the other three were still completely unconscious. At this time, the mother and daughter sitting together were the first to be unable to resist the lust in their hearts due to their weak willpower. The mother and daughter hugged each other and started rubbing against each other with their bare chests exposed. Just as Benedict Sackville growled and attempted to pounce on them with bloodshot eyes, Han Shoror, who was still somewhat clear-headed, stomped on him and knocked him out. Like a wild beast, he pounced on the confused mother and daughter who were only filled with pure lust. Unsuppressible moans suddenly rang out from within the room. The mother and daughter and Han Shoror crazily wriggled together. They simply didn't have the shame of serving the same person as a mother and daughter. On the contrary, under the influence of Han Shoror's lust, they crazily fawned on Han Shoror. Outside the elegant room, the experts that Benedict Sackville had brought along revealed envious expressions as they listened to the melodious moans. They whispered to each other, completely unaware that their Grand Duke had already been knocked unconscious. After a long while, the moans within the room gradually subsided. The window suddenly opened on its own, even though there was no wind. A puff of smoke drifted past, and the naked Han Shoror disappeared like a ghost. A black light swiftly floated through the darkness of the night, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After Han Shoror left, he flew high into the sky and directly arrived in an open field. He forcefully endured the monstrous changes within his body and summoned the Earth Elite Zombie to open up a space deep underground. Amidst heart-wrenching howls, Han Shoror set up a transportation array and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. Adele's energy that had been absorbed into his body suddenly backfired under the power of the Lust Aura. The energy that had originally only occupied a very small portion of Han Shoror's demonic infant boiled like boiling water. The demonic infant, which was the foundation of Han Shoror's demonic arts, had been filled with a chaotic evil aura from the rush. It unexpectedly possessed an uncontrollable ferocity. There seemed to be another energy pouring into Han Shoror's body from an immeasurable distance. That energy drove Han Shoror to absorb Adele's and Spider Goddess Rose's energy, causing Han Shoror enormous pain. Within the Cemetery of Death, Han Shoror let out a heart-wrenching howl. His rock-like body actually split open. Han Shoror gradually lost control of the energy within his body. In the end, he mobilized the boundless evil aura of vengeful spirits within the Demon Slayer Edge, pouring it all into his body and violently attacking that energy. The demonic yuan within Han Shoror's body was originally pure and enormous. In addition, the Demon Slayer Edge had absorbed the negative energy of tens of thousands of living beings, as well as the evil spirits of various experts. It erupted like a mountain torrent within Han Shoror's body. Han Shoror's body had become a cruel battlefield. The demonic yuan and the power of vengeful spirits fought desperately against Adele and the energy that had suddenly intruded. After an unknown amount of time, the demonic yuan and the Demon Slayer Edge's energy within Han Shoror's body gradually gained the upper hand. After a long period of time, the unfavorable energy and Han Shoror's energy within Han Shoror's body were finally completely eliminated. Fat. In the distant underground world, within the Dark Elves' temple that worshipped Spider Goddess Rose, a young girl in the center of a dark, spider-shaped altar suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the statue of Spider Goddess Rose in front of her and murmured, "God that wields boundless darkness, why is it that even your divine power cannot imprison him and make him my captive?" Fat. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, the young girl fearfully kowtowed towards the statue of Spider Goddess Rose. She hastily said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your greatness. You, who are restricted by the power of laws, are indeed unable to transmit even a 10,000th of your power. Your most devout believer is willing to accept your punishment." While the young girl was muttering and praying, her beautiful skin suddenly split open, as though she was being whipped by an invisible whip. However, the young girl didn't dare make a sound and continued to pray piously in the Dark Elven language. Chapter 374. Han Shoror was lying in the middle of the large transportation matrix in the middle of the Cemetery of Death. His body was curled up in a fetal position, fresh blood flowing out of it. All of the clothes on his body had long since been torn to shreds. His naked body was covered in wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. Magical yuan silently circulated within Han Shoror's body while he was unconscious, nourishing his withered meridians and body like a trickle of water. It flowed through every nook and cranny of his body, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling to him. Unknowingly, the wounds on Han Shoror's body gradually healed at an astonishing speed. It didn't take long for his body to return to its original state. There were no longer any traces of injuries. His body seemed to have become even more sturdy after being reconstructed after going through such painful torture. The Cemetery of Death didn't see the sun or the moon all year round. After an unknown amount of time had passed, when Han Shoror slowly awoke, he felt that his entire body was no longer in pain. Every cell in his body seemed to be brimming with energy. Han Shoror moved his body from his curled-up position, and when he stood up, his body continuously crackled and popped, as if every bone in his body was cracking. Inspecting his body with his consciousness, Han Shoror suddenly discovered that his internal organs had yet to completely recover. With a thought, Han Shoror enveloped his internal organs with demonic yuan. Wave after wave of bizarre energy flowed into Han Shoror's internal organs. Under the nourishment of the demonic yuan, Han Shoror's internal organs recovered 100-fold faster. After a short while, Han Shoror could no longer feel any abnormalities in his body. Letting out a light breath, Han Shoror left the cemetery of death and arrived at the nearby waterfall. He sat cross-legged, naked, on top of the most turbulent rock of the waterfall. He allowed the incomparably ferocious water to pour down in torrents, battering his unmoving body on top of the rock. After a few more days, Han Shoror finally walked down from the rock. He looked in the direction of the entrance to the underground world and hesitated for a while. In the end, he walked towards the cemetery of death. Then, a mark caught Han Shoror's attention. Han Shoror walked over and looked at it for a while. He pushed aside a few rocks and took out a letter from the depths of the ground. He used a special method to rearrange the words on the letter, and Han Shoror understood the contents of the letter. The letter should have been sent by Emily. The letter was written by Emily herself, and it explained some key matters. The health of Lancelot Empire's king was getting worse and worse. Currently, the struggle for power between the princes in Ossen City had reached a white-hot stage. After Lawrence's identity was exposed, he became the most disadvantaged party. Because Lawrence was the child of King Uhtred and the wife of the finance minister, Lawrence's identity was rejected by the nobles. Some people who valued tradition even clearly expressed that Lawrence could not have the right to inherit the throne. Now that King Uhtred was still alive, those voices of discussion were forcefully suppressed, and could be considered to have straightened out Lawrence's identity. However, even if Uhtred acknowledged Lawrence's identity, the situation was still developing in a disadvantageous direction. Currently, Lawrence's position in Ossen City was somewhat awkward, and he was also the weakest among the princes. Seeing that His Majesty King Uhtred's health was getting worse and worse, Lawrence was also secretly anxious. He knew that once Uhtred passed away, the situation in Ossen City would be difficult to control. At that time, not only would he, this illegitimate son, be unable to obtain the throne, he might even lose his life. However, while Lawrence was living in fear and his days were incomparably difficult, Brettel City had become a standout. Favorable news came one after another. A ruined city suddenly showed signs of thriving vitality. Although Han Shoror was far away from the capital, his reputation was becoming more and more resounding. It was precisely because of this that Lawrence thought of Han Shoror. He attempted to borrow Han Shoror's strength at this crucial moment, allowing Han Shoror to return to Ossen City to help him. He hoped that he could take advantage of Uhtred's life to recover from the disadvantageous situation. At the very least, with Han Shoror in Ossen City, the other princes would more or less have some misgivings. After Han Shoror finished reading the contents, he had already made a decision in his heart. As soon as he entered the Cemetery of Death, a melodious dragon roar resounded throughout the entire Cemetery of Death. Fortunately, the Cemetery of Death was enveloped by a boundary that never dissipated all year round. Otherwise, this dragon roar of Gilbert's would have spread over a radius of several hundred miles. "Honorable Master, you've finally returned." Gilbert's dragon body soared in the sky, flying straight towards Han Shoror. Gilbert's body seemed to have grown a bit larger. The dragon scales on his body had become as black as ink, carrying an evil, ancient desolation. Han Shoror knew that the evil aura came from Gilbert, and that ancient desolation must have been caused by absorbing the green dragon's core. As Gilbert made a racket, his enormous body gradually shrunk, gradually turning into a human with coarse skin. Gilbert, who had turned into a human, had a distant and otherworldly look in his dark eyes. However, because the evil aura on his body was too heavy, that otherworldly aura was completely covered up. Han Shoror only shot a glance at Gilbert, but he could already sense an even stronger power from Gilbert's body. He smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Very good, very good." The green dragon's core was very powerful, allowing me to advance to rank 2. In addition, I feel that even among rank 2 transcendent magical beasts, my current strength is still very strong. Waha, many thanks for Master's gift. Gilbert laughed loudly, his voice filled with pride. "I've received a piece of news from the underground world. I think you'll be interested in it." Han Shoror waited for Gilbert's wild laughter to die down before speaking to Gilbert unhurriedly. "What news?" "Haha, I've now realized that my decision to follow Master was correct. If I hadn't followed Master, how could I have advanced to rank 2 so quickly? Gilbert understood that all of this was a gift from Han Shoror, so he couldn't help but flatter him. Gilbert, I didn't expect you to be the grandson of the chief of the underground world's Black Dragon City. You have quite the background. Han Shoror looked at Gilbert with a smile. While Gilbert was startled, Han Shoror continued, Your grandpa chief seems to be very worried about you. He even sent the dark elves to inquire about you. It seems that a runaway like you is quite favored. Great Master, how do you know all this? Have you been to the underground world's Black Dragon City? Gilbert looked at Han Shoror in astonishment, asking in confusion. He had never told anyone about his identity in the Black Dragon City. Gilbert believed that no one would know about it. Now that he heard that Han Shoror seemed to know everything about his background, Gilbert was truly puzzled. Your Black Dragon City has imprisoned some people. Among them are the dark elves of the older generation. Do you know someone called Adele? Adele? I think I've heard of this name before, but I've never seen her. There are indeed some fellows who dare to offend us imprisoned in our Black Dragon City. However, I'm not interested in those things. Master, why do you ask? It's this Adele. She promised your grandpa chief that she would help him find the whereabouts of the Black Dragon City. However, I killed this Adele. Because I absorbed some of her power some time ago, I almost set myself on fire and suffered a backlash. I want to ask about this Adele. Hearing Han Shoror's words, Dark Dragon Gilbert was also shocked. He stared blankly at Han Shoror, saying, I heard that this Adele seems to be the former matriarch of the Dark Elves. This woman can communicate with the evil goddess Rose, whom the Dark Elves believe in. She has some very terrifying power in bed. Adele has been imprisoned in the Black Dragon City for many years. It's said that she's very beautiful. According to the nature of our Dark Dragon race, we should have done her long ago. However, it's precisely because she can communicate with the evil goddess Rose that no Dark Dragon dares to force himself on her. They're afraid that she'll kill them when she's happy. Master, it's said that Adele is very powerful. Even some of the rank 2 or 3 dark dragons in our race might not be her match. With her faith in the evil goddess Rose, legend has it that she can communicate with Rose and obtain the divine power of the evil goddess. Our race is afraid that killing her will anger the evil goddess. That's why we've always imprisoned her. Did you really kill her? I killed her. Han Shoror answered calmly. Waha! The little lewd dragon Gilbert was excited. He looked at Han Shoror in adoration, saying, Master, what's going on? What the hell is going on? Quickly tell your loyal servant the specifics of the situation. Seeing how excited Gilbert was when he heard this, Han Shoror angrily knocked him on the head. He then told Gilbert what had happened. Finally, he told him about the situation where he couldn't control his body's lust last time. Only then did he say with a sullen face, I can be sure that after I was carried away by lust some time ago, besides absorbing Adele's power, there was also an even greater evil power in my body. That power carried an aura that shouldn't have appeared in this plane. If I'm not wrong, it should have come from the spider goddess Rose. I really don't know what's going on. Could it be that she found out that I killed Adele? Is there really a god in this world? After listening to Han Shoror's description of the situation, after the initial excitement, Gilbert became somewhat serious. He thought for a moment and said to Han Shoror, Master, I heard my grandfather say that this world isn't as simple as I thought it was. Even with the strength of my race of dark dragons, we can only live in the underground world. It seems that it's because we're restrained by some kind of power. My grandfather's strength is so strong that it scares me, but even my grandfather can't escape the restraint of that power. I think that apart from the god that we know of, I can't think of anyone else that can restrain our race of dark dragons in the underground world. With a deep frown, Han Shoror couldn't help but raise his head to look at the dusky, deathly still sky of the Cemetery of Death. He thought of the god of light that the Church of Light believed in, the holy aura that the Templar Knights and Kos carried, and the feeling that the Revelation Scroll gave Han Shoror. He then thought of the existence of the Calamity Church, the skeletal staff in his hand, and the shadow of the 1,000-meter-tall giant that he vaguely saw in his mind when he first obtained the skeletal staff. Han Shoror had a faint epiphany and gradually believed in the illusory gods of this world. Master, Perhaps you really were attacked by that spider goddess last time. However, it's said that in our plane, the power of ordinary gods can't truly interfere. Otherwise, they would be restrained by the laws of space. Look, even that perverted spider goddess couldn't do anything to you. This fully proves that she can't go against the restraints of the edictal forces. We don't have to be afraid of her, Dark Dragon Gilbert said in a carefree manner. Han Shor silently nodded his head. This was the first time he realized how insignificant he was. He recalled the ancient aura of the 1,000-meter-tall giant that appeared in his mind last time and couldn't help but feel a bit more reverence in his heart. He said to Gilbert, "That's right, we can't guess the existence of gods. However, these gods are definitely restrained by the laws of space. Otherwise, if they descend on this plane, they might directly destroy it. Yes, gods are definitely opposed to each other. Otherwise, the Church of Light and the Calamity Church wouldn't have fought for so many years." Gilbert was also a blasphemer. He didn't have any feelings towards gods or evil gods. He was still carefree as if he didn't care about anything. Han Shor didn't think too much about it and nodded. "All right, since you've evolved to rank 2, continue to help Trunks in the Valley of Sunshine. I think the Valley of Sunshine will undergo a great change soon. With you there, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be a bit safer. Oh, right, pay attention to the matters in Black Dragon City. Your grandfather has been looking for you. I think even if you don't go back, you should send someone to send a message so that your grandfather won't worry." "Understood, Master. I think if my grandfather knew that I've advanced to rank 2 so quickly, he would definitely be very happy. That old fellow has been forcing me to train day and night in Black Dragon City. I've been training for so many years and I'm still at rank 1. Look at me, I've just come out not long ago and I've already advanced. This means that his method is obviously not working," Gilbert replied indifferently to Han Shor. It seemed that he didn't take Han Shor's words to heart. "All right, I have to return to Osun City to take care of some matters. However, I will continue to pay attention to the Valley of Sunshine," Han Shor said and stood in the transportation matrix after Gilbert left. Chapter 375. Lancelot Empire, Osun City, Boot Merchant Guild Headquarters. In an elegant courtyard, Phoebe and Lawrence sat upright and sipped tea. Lawrence's expression was gloomy. Although his identity as a prince had been recognized, he didn't seem to be living well. On the other hand, Phoebe was more and more graceful and elegant. However, the divine weapon Starry Sky in her left hand made her appear a bit more cold and arrogant. Phoebe fondled the starry sky in her hand, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the faraway Brettel City. "Junior sister, your boot merchant guild is growing bigger and bigger, and Brian is like a fish in water in Brettel City. However, my days are not so good. Once father passes away, I think I will immediately be killed by Charles. Did you help me pass the news to Brian?" Lawrence looked at Phoebe and asked helplessly. "Senior brother, it's not like you don't have people in Brettel City. You should know better than me whether or not Brian is in Brettel City. Speaking of which, it's been a few months, why hasn't there been any news of him? Could it be that he went to do something bad again?" Phoebe's long eyelashes fluttered, her bright eyes sparkling with doubt. Fork was one of the people Lawrence had sent to Brettel City. Apart from that, Lawrence had also arranged for some government personnel to enter Brettel City. These people currently had their own positions in Brettel City. However, these people would still pass on news for Lawrence. From their information, it seemed that Han Shor really wasn't in Brettel City. Lawrence sighed and suddenly said to Phoebe, "I've asked the Dark Mantle to help me find out news of him, but there hasn't been any news of him until now. Do you think something has happened to him?" Phoebe smiled proudly and took out the divine weapon Starry Sky that sparkled with resplendent starlight. She flicked a disdainful glance at Lawrence and said, "He was able to kill Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent. Moreover, Kelt was a very powerful dragon knight. What accident do you think will happen to him? That guy is extremely cunning and sinister. Add to that his frighteningly keen senses, he would be able to escape even if he encountered danger. There definitely won't be any accidents." He must be doing something bad again. Phoebe thought to herself. However, she naturally wouldn't say these words to Lawrence. Lawrence carefully thought about it and agreed. It wasn't the first day he'd met Han Shoror. He naturally knew that Han Shoror wouldn't act rashly. Once he realized that he couldn't deal, he'd quietly leave. Logically, nothing would happen to Han Shoror. Lawrence rubbed his temples with both hands and said tiredly, "Junior sister, I may have been too nervous recently. My thoughts are gradually becoming a bit chaotic. Don't worry. With Brian and your light attribute, as long as he knows of your current situation in Ocean City, he should come to help you. I heard that the 7 Grand Duchies have recently united to deal with Brettel City. I think Brian might have gone to the 7 Grand Duchies to do some secret things. You don't have to worry too much. I think he'll definitely come to find you after he's done with his business." Phoebe comforted Lawrence. She also knew that Lawrence had been somewhat embarrassed by the princes recently. She naturally understood Lawrence's feelings. "I hope he can rush back before father passes away. Also, I don't know what's going on with our teacher. He hasn't expressed his opinion on this matter yet. I don't know if he will support me or not." Lawrence complained with a headache. He then said to Phoebe, "Junior sister, you are teacher's most beloved disciple. Do you know what teacher's intentions are? Teacher has always been responsible for teaching us all kinds of knowledge. I think he wants you to rely on your own strength to ascend the throne. You also know that teacher has always wanted us to work hard on our own. He has never relied on his identity to help us." Phoebe thought for a moment before replying to Lawrence. "Ari, in this kind of situation, if I rely on my own strength alone, it's impossible for me to wield the throne." Lawrence seemed to know a little about his teacher's temperament and couldn't help but sigh. Although teacher won't help you openly, he won't let others bully you either. If it wasn't for teacher having Grandpa Bolands secretly protect you, I'm afraid you would have long been secretly killed by others. This shows that teacher also cares a lot about you." Phoebe continued to console Lawrence. Lawrence nodded after hearing Phoebe's words. "That's true. Fortunately, Grandpa Bolands helped me several times. Otherwise, I really would have been killed long ago." Phoebe didn't continue speaking. She was still focused on wiping the starry sky that had long been as bright as a mirror. It was as if this sword was Han Shoror himself. "When I came over, teacher asked me to bring a message to you. Don't rely too much on the weapon in your hand. Weapons are always inanimate objects. They can increase your strength a little, but they won't increase your own strength." Lawrence stood up and said to Phoebe, "Don't worry. My understanding of teacher's martial techniques is higher than yours. You should think more about how to increase your capital from your father." Phoebe said indifferently and continued wiping the divine weapon in her hand. She thought to herself, "When will that damned guy come over to see me? Being separated by 2 places like this is not a solution after all." Han Shoror, who Phoebe was bitterly talking about, had now officially arrived at Ocean City. After arriving at Ocean City, Han Shoror discovered that 3 months had unknowingly passed while he was resisting the invasion of Spider Goddess Rose's power in the Cemetery of Death. During these 3 months, the 7 Grand Duchies had been at war without rest. Brettel City and Helen Duchy had secretly conducted many secret transactions. Han Shoror didn't immediately make a move against Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy. On one hand, opportunities were hard to find. On the other hand, there were more important matters waiting for him to deal with. After returning to Brettel City from Narsen Duchy, Han Shoror took away the materials needed to refine the metal elite zombie from Jack's hands. He entered Mount Silk and planted the metal elite zombie inside. Afterwards, he gave Jack and the others a few instructions before directly leaving Brettel City. He passed through the transportation array in Seamist City and arrived at Ocean City. Falk and Lawrence's former subordinates had already informed Han Shoror of Lawrence's urgent need to see him. Han Shoror also immediately left. When Falk saw that Han Shoror's destination was Ocean City, he didn't report any news of Han Shoror to Lawrence. He knew that Han Shoror's speed would definitely be faster than what they reported to Lawrence. After entering Ocean City, Han Shoror first rushed to Fanny's laboratory because the transportation array was close to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He hadn't seen Fanny for a long time. Han Shoror now truly missed this beautiful and moving teacher. Walking through the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force at dusk, Han Shoror bypassed a few more crowded areas and headed directly in the direction of the Necromancy Major. When Han Shoror had just walked to the long corridor where he and Jack often cleaned the statues, he suddenly discovered an extremely familiar new statue. The statue was meticulously carved from pure white jade. The tall and imposing statue held a magic staff in its hand and raised its head to the sky in a posture of chanting magic. A row of conspicuous small words was engraved below the new statue: Brian, a graduate of the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He graduated in 2 years and 3 months, setting the fastest graduation speed in history. He is now a necromancy archmage and once defeated Great Swordmaster Leah Kane. Han Shoror gazed at his own statue and his heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable emotion. When he and Jack had cleaned these statues together, he'd once had the ambition to become one of them. However, after such a long time, when he, who had revisited this place and discovered that his own statue had appeared here, he felt an involuntary sense of pride and satisfaction. Who would have thought? I really didn't think that there would be a day when my statue would stand here and become a role model to inspire the younger generation. Han Shoror looked at his own statue in front of him and muttered to himself. Because of you, there are many new students in the Necromancy Major. Heh, Fanny is getting busier and busier. A kind voice sounded from behind Han Shoror. Dean Emma of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force gradually walked in front of Han Shoror. As a space Grand Magus, Emma possessed the unique ability to travel through space. In this area, as long as Emma wanted to talk to someone, she would immediately appear in front of them. When the space behind him fluctuated, Han Shoror knew that Emma had discovered his arrival. When Emma's voice sounded, Han Shoror wasn't surprised at all. He smiled faintly at Emma, who hadn't changed at all, and said, "I really didn't think that my statue would stand here. Heh, you have this kind of strength. Just based on the fact that you've advanced from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 3 years, you already have the qualifications to stand here. Not to mention that everything you've done since graduating from the academy has been deafening. The Necromancy Major is also the weakest major in the academy. Now that a person like you has appeared, of course your statue should be hung here." Emma smiled benevolently and walked in front of Han Shoror's statue. His large hand lightly pressed on the annotation below Han Shoror's statue, forcibly adding a grand character in front of the Archmage Necromancer. It looked like Emma already knew that Han Shoror had become a Grand Magus Necromancer. Chapter 376. Dean, I haven't gone to the Magic Association to confirm my strength. Han Shoror watched Emma's movements and couldn't help but laugh lightly. Emma winked at Han Shoror and said with a smile, "So, you admit that you have the strength of a Grand Magus?" Han Shoror didn't know how Emma had seen through his strength with a glance, but Han Shoror didn't feel the need to hide it. He only needed to hide the secret of his magical yuan and didn't need to conceal his accomplishments in magic. He nodded and smiled. Correct. To Han Shoror, magical yuan was his most important secret. Strength in magic could exchange for more benefits for Han Shoror. Han Shoror was also preparing to go to the Magic Association to confirm his qualifications as a Grand Magus. No matter in which country, a mage at the level of a Grand Magus would obtain an extremely high status. Once Han Shoror's qualifications were confirmed in the Magic Association, it would be of great use to Han Shoror's career. So it is, I can sense a little from the aura on your body. However, the most important basis is that you killed Kelt. Kelt was a Sky Knight and had a green dragon as a magical pet. Since you were able to kill him, your strength is naturally at the level of a Grand Magus. Emma answered matter-of-factly. Dean, why have you come to see me? Han Shoror knew that Emma was very busy. There were many matters at the Babylon Academy that required her to deal with. There must be a reason why she had come to see Han Shoror this time. As expected, Emma nodded and looked at Han Shoror with a smile, saying, "There are very few people in the Empire who are proficient in necromancy magic, and even fewer who have reached the level of a Grand Magus. Those I know only know how to practice magic all year round and rarely show themselves in front of others. You can also be considered a member of the Babylon Academy. Moreover, you've promised Fanny that you would guide the students in the department when you have time. I hope that you aren't just speaking casually and will guide them seriously when you have time. Dean Emma, don't worry. If I'm free, I'll definitely guide them. Han Shoror didn't make a firm promise. Currently, Han Shoror had too many things to do and couldn't stay at the academy to guide the students. However, if he really had the time, Han Shoror was willing to give them a lesson or two, even if it was for Fanny's sake. That's good, Emma smiled and nodded. She paused for a moment before continuing, I know you're here to look for Fanny. She's been a little busy lately, but she's becoming more and more beautiful. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. Fanny has also become a magister. She's also very amazing. You have to treat Fanny well. Hearing Emma say this, Han Shoror couldn't control the longing in his heart. He smiled and said, I really do have some matters to discuss with Fanny. Then, I'll head over first. Go ahead. Emma didn't stop Han Shoror. The sky gradually darkened as Emma and Han Shoror spoke. Han Shoror, who was incomparably familiar with the necromancy major, bypassed a few students and headed straight for Fanny's lab. He hadn't even gotten close to Fanny's lab when he heard heavy footsteps coming from within. Han Shoror started and listened for a bit, revealing an expression of astonishment. From the heavy footsteps, Han Shoror could tell that there was an enormous creature inside the room. He didn't knock and directly walked in. In an empty space in the center of Fanny's lab, an evil knight held an enormous bone spear in his hand and was in the middle of poking at it. In a magical formation 5 meters away from the evil knight, Fanny was panting heavily as she manipulated the evil knight. It looked like she'd expended a lot of mental strength. Starting from high-level undead creatures like the evil knight, necromancers didn't need to expend too much mental strength. They only needed to give the evil knight the order to attack. Unlike zombies and skeletal warriors, the evil knight didn't need a summoner to instruct it how to attack its enemies. Its intelligence allowed it to display its strength freely. Of course, if a necromancer wanted to, they could still use their mental strength to manipulate the evil knight. However, this would cause the necromancer's mental strength to rapidly deplete, and would also be unable to display the evil knight's true strength. In short, starting from high-level undead creatures like the evil knight, the necromancer only needed to give it the order to attack. There was no need to use their mental strength to manipulate it like they did with zombies or skeletal warriors. That would instead hinder the evil knight's ability to freely display its strength. Fanny had obviously fallen into a misconception. She'd manipulated the evil knight like a skeletal warrior or a zombie. She'd thought that these high-level undead creatures required her to use her mental strength to manipulate them in order to display their full strength. Han Shoror found it a bit funny when he saw her panting heavily as she practiced. In the few months that they hadn't met, Fanny had indeed become more and more beautiful, just as Dean Emma had said. This was, of course, due to the rebirth pill. Not only had Fanny's skin become as white as jade, but the insides of her delicate body had also improved greatly. This was also the reason why Fanny had been able to advance to Archmage so quickly. Han Shoror had entered without a sound. Fanny, who'd been manipulating the evil knight, hadn't sensed Han Shoror's presence at first. It wasn't until the evil knight she'd manipulated turned around to stab her that she abruptly discovered the smiling Han Shoror standing in the doorway. Fanny's eyes first blossomed with incredulous surprise, then she gritted her teeth and pointed a finger at Han Shoror. Under Fanny's command, the evil knight abruptly raised his enormous bone spear and stabbed straight at Han Shoror, who was standing with a smile on his face. Having seen Fanny's expression, how could Han Shoror not know that Fanny was acting coquettishly in a different way? He understood that she was angry that he hadn't come to see her for a long time, and that was why she'd done this on purpose. Seeing the bone spear thrust towards his head, Han Shoror continued to look at Fanny affectionately with a smile on his face. When the enormous bone spear reached Han Shoror's head, Fanny's expression abruptly changed. She hastily used her mental strength to control the bone spear, attempting to stop it and prevent it from truly injuring Han Shoror. However, the bone spear that was as swift as a gale was simply too fast. Add to that the fact that Fanny clearly wasn't adept at controlling the evil knight. The bone spear that was thrusting towards Han Shoror emitted an ear-piercing screech of breaks under the influence of Fanny's mental strength. However, the speed of the bone spear was only a bit slower, and it still pierced towards Han Shoror's head. Fanny was incomparably terrified. At this moment, she couldn't open her mouth to urge Han Shoror to flee. She could only watch in terror as Han Shoror used all of her mental strength to stop the bone spear. Clang! The bone spear finally landed on top of Han Shoror's head. However, a strange sound of metal clashing rang out. In addition, a ball of black light formed above Han Shoror's head for a brief moment. When the sound of metal clashing rang out, the black light above Han Shoror's head strangely disappeared. Han Shoror still stood there with a smile on his face, not moving an inch. The bone spear didn't sink into Han Shoror's head at all. Under Fanny's command, the evil knight finally stopped. In the next moment, Fanny suddenly threw herself into Han Shoror's chest, recklessly pounding Han Shoror's sturdy chest. Her voice carried a faint sobbing tone as she said, "Idiot, you could kill Celt, so why didn't you dodge? Do you want to die?" Han Shoror hugged Fanny tightly and said in a low voice, "You won't bear to hurt me." He suddenly kissed Fanny. Their tongues were like little snakes chasing and entangling each other, giving off an ecstatic feeling as if their souls were intertwining. This kiss lasted for a long time. When Han Shoror's large hands unconsciously climbed up Fanny's towering twin peaks, Fanny suddenly felt something and pushed Han Shoror away. She glared at Han Shoror with a red face and said sweetly, "I'm your teacher. This is the school, so you better behave." It would have been better if Fanny hadn't said it. When Han Shoror saw Fanny's charming and gorgeous appearance, he thought back to when he was still an ordinary student and admired her greatly. He couldn't help but chuckle evilly and say, "It's precisely because you're my teacher that I feel more excited when I kiss you. You won't be able to escape from the palm of my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shoror grabbed Fanny back with his large hands and kissed Fanny deeply again. His two hands first caressed Fanny's soft and smooth back, then his large hands gradually moved downwards. Before Fanny could react, he suddenly pressed down on Fanny's round and perky buttocks and began to rub them unceremoniously. Fanny whimpered as she struggled and pushed Han Shoror away with a red face. She glared fiercely at Han Shoror again before taking a few steps back and saying, "You perverted brat, before you meet my father, you better behave yourself." Han Shoror was speechless. He then looked at the evil knight beside him and explained to Fanny with an unchanging expression, "Starting from an evil knight, the method of control is different from that of a zombie warrior or a skeleton warrior. An evil knight has its own intelligence. If you don't use your mental strength to control him, he will be able to display his full fighting strength." After hearing Han Shoror's words, Fanny looked at Han Shoror in astonishment and asked doubtfully, "He can display his full fighting strength on his own?" Nodding, Han Shoror replied, "Of course. An evil knight is a high-level undead creature. Not only does it have extremely high intelligence, it also has its own dignity. If you don't let him display his full strength and use your mental strength to control him, he will instinctively resist. This won't do you any good." At some unknown time, Han Shoror and Fanny's positions had been reversed. Originally, it was Han Shoror who came to ask Fanny about some difficulties in magical knowledge. However, the current Han Shoror could see the errors in Fanny's magical training with a glance and even help her correct them. Chapter 377. Han Shoror's understanding of necromancy magic had long surpassed that of his former teacher, Fanny. Fanny had no choice but to admit this. Looking at the boastful Han Shoror in front of her, Fanny's thoughts drifted to the past. She recalled the time when Han Shoror was still a magic apprentice. His perseverance in tirelessly pursuing a topic of knowledge, as well as his silent practice of enduring loneliness alone, seemed to make Fanny realize something. The man in front of her had long since lost all traces of his past. That weak and cowardly youth who was less than 1.7 meters tall, that youth who silently cleaned up the garbage all day long, that youth who had no strength and could only be bullied by others, was now this stalwart and powerful man. Fanny's mind was momentarily absent-minded as she stared blankly at Han Shoror, lost in thought, forgetting some of the explanations Han Shoror had given her about magic. After a long time, when Han Shoror's voice suddenly became louder, Fanny was startled awake. She gave Han Shoror an apologetic smile with her clear eyes and explained, "I don't know why, but I find that the current you and the past you are unable to overlap. It's as if you've become another person in an instant. Even now, the series of changes you've undergone makes me feel like I'm in a dream." In a short few years, Han Shoror had grown to an unreachable height. Now, even Fanny, who had been his teacher, had to look up to him. There was no lack of geniuses in Lancelot Empire, but Han Shoror's rapid growth was one of a kind. Han Shoror smiled casually and said, "I've changed too much from the past. It's very normal for you to feel this way. Hee, anyone can change. This is the rule of human evolution. As long as a person experiences unimaginable to others, they will be able to grow quickly." Han Shoror understood that he and Brian were people from two completely different worlds. They weren't the same person to begin with. Their personalities and experiences were also completely different. Fanny's feelings would certainly be different. It was normal for her to feel that way, so he found an excuse to dispel the doubts in Fanny's heart. "Brian, I've always been in the academy these past few years, but you've rarely practiced in the academy. I've always wanted to know what you've been doing all these years. Why is it that every time you return to the academy, you surprise everyone? According to what you've just said, you must have experienced something unimaginable. Otherwise, you wouldn't have changed so quickly. Can you tell me?" Fanny stared blankly at Han Shoror, inquiring about the things that had happened in those days. Hearing Fanny's question, Han Shoror thought for a moment and said, "I've experienced too many things. It's not good for me to tell you all of them. But as you guessed, my experiences these past few years have been very rich. Simply put, I've been in danger at every moment. It's precisely because of this danger that I've been constantly improving. Brian, it seems that you've been through a lot these past few years. I've never asked, but that doesn't mean that I don't care about you. It's just that I don't know how I can help you." Fanny looked up at Han Shoror, speaking in a soft and gentle voice. She reached out her hand to gently stroke Han Shoror's firm face, as if she wanted to use this method to soothe Han Shoror's hardships these past few years. Allowing Fanny to gently stroke his face, Han Shoror closed his eyes in comfort. There wasn't a trace of lust in his heart. He was only slowly going through everything that had happened since he entered this world. Han Shoror even thought of his parents from another dimension. Han Shoror didn't violate Fanny again that night. Instead, it was mainly Han Shoror explaining some of the difficulties that Fanny encountered in her magical knowledge. Fanny listened to Han Shoror's detailed descriptions in detail. She listened attentively at first, but gradually became absent-minded until a sweet smile hung at the corners of her mouth. She gradually fell asleep in Han Shoror's arms. Seeing that Fanny had fallen into a deep sleep, Han Shoror maintained the same posture that made Fanny feel comfortable. He took out a necromancy magic book from his space ring and diligently studied it again. When one reached Han Shoror's level of magical cultivation, sleep gradually disappeared from Han Shoror's life. No matter how tired his body and mind were, he could recover with a short period of magical cultivation. He no longer needed to sleep to replenish his strength and mind. It was because of this that Han Shoror had more time and energy to improve himself. Add to that the fact that his brain had been greatly expanded. Those cryptic and difficult magical books under Han Shoror's quiet study caused each and every one of them to pulse with wondrous characters. They were slowly comprehended by Han Shoror. Books were the most precious legacies left behind by predecessors. However, those who wrote books were all extraordinarily intelligent people, especially in the field of magic. If a fool wanted to find the correct path of cultivation through the books left behind by predecessors, it wasn't an easy task. If everyone could improve themselves through books, then there would be no need for the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force to exist. However, for someone of Han Shoror's level, it wasn't easy for him to find a mentor who could give him pointers. Only the books left behind by predecessors to guide him through the maze was the fastest way to break through his own limitations. However, Magical books had always been synonymous with cryptic and difficult to understand. The higher the level of a magical book, the more so it was. Take the necromancy magic book in Han Shuo's hands for example. Ordinary people who weren't intelligent enough would be muddle-headed just by looking at the symbols and incantations, not to mention understanding the exact meaning of each symbol. After Han Shuo's brain had been expanded by magical magic, his comprehension, memory, and comprehension abilities were far superior to ordinary people. When he calmly studied those books, his comprehension speed was several times faster than other necromancers of the same kind. It was also because Han Shuo used all the time he had to sleep to practice magic, in addition to the fact that his brain was much stronger than ordinary people, that he was able to grasp the ancient phase summoning spell so quickly. Early the next morning, Han Shuo didn't wait for Fanny to wake up and quietly left the laboratory, heading straight for the Magic Association. When he arrived at the Magic Association, Han Shuo once again met the young girl he had received last time. When the young girl saw Han Shuo enter, she immediately shouted excitedly, "You're Count Brian, right? I know you. You came here last time. Why are you back in Ossen City? Hehe, I heard that you annihilated many bandits in Brettel City. You're so awesome." When Han Shuo advanced to Archmage Necromancer from here last time, it was also this young girl who had received Han Shuo. She seemed to have a very deep impression of Han Shuo. When she saw Han Shuo enter the Magic Association this time, she immediately shouted excitedly. The young girl's cheer attracted the attention of many people. In the hall on this floor, there were several mags wearing different colored mage robes, including a few swordsmen with decent strength. Some of them were from the Magic Association, while others should have come to the Magic Association to confirm their magic rank. Now that they heard the young girl's excited shout, each and every one of their gazes suddenly focused on Han Shuo, their eyes filled with amazement. Han Shuo first swept a glance over these people, then smiled at the young girl reservedly and said, "I'm going to the Magic Association to confirm my rank." "Right, is Mr. Ars here? Please wait a moment. Mr. Ars is helping Mr. Carlos confirm his rank. I think he'll be done in a moment." The young girl smiled and replied. Then, she suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "You want to confirm your mage rank? Grand Archmage Necromancer?" The last time Han Shuo had advanced to Archmage Necromancer, it hadn't been more than 2 years. This time, Han Shuo had come to confirm his rank again. This clearly shocked the young girl. Not only the young girl, but even the surrounding mags were all looking at Han Shuo in shock. Each of them looked at Han Shuo as if they were looking at a monster, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Archmage and Grand Magus only differed by one word. However, the actual distance between the two was very clear in the hearts of all mags. Generally, mags who could become archmages had their talents and wisdom recognized. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for them to become archmages. However, even if these people wanted to advance from Archmage to Grand Magus, it definitely wasn't something that could be done in 2 years. Depending on each person's aptitude and understanding of magic, this process generally required 10 to dozens of years. To be able to advance from Archmage to Grand Magus in a short 2 years, this speed was simply shocking. It was no wonder that so many mags in the room were looking at Han Shuo as if they were looking at a monster. If the time Han Shuo spent practicing magic was included, then Han Shuo had used only 4 years to go from a person who knew nothing about magic to a Grand Magus who could command the winds and clouds of any country. This speed seemed to be something that no one had ever been able to achieve before. Just as the young girl was crying out in shock, the person in charge of the Magic Association, Ars Hussein, came down from upstairs. In addition to Ars, there was also a thin young man with long flowing hair who looked to be less than 30 years old. This young man walked silently with a carefree smile on his face. He wore an ash-white magic robe. Han Shuo only glanced at the symbol on his magic robe and immediately understood that he should be the Carlos who was looking for Ars to confirm his rank. This person had clearly just become a Wind Grand Magus. He seemed to be in an incomparably good mood as he walked down with Ars with a smile on his face. The two were even cheerfully discussing. Ars unintentionally glanced downstairs and suddenly saw Han Shuo standing there like a javelin. He immediately cheered. "Hey, young man, you're Brian, right? I remember you. Hehe, what business do you have in the Magic Association?" Nodding his head with a smile, Han Shor calmly said, "Mr. Ars, I want to reconfirm my mage rank. Hehe, I think I should have the qualifications to wear the Grand Magus Necromancer medal." Like everyone else in the room, Ars was also incomparably astonished. He carefully sized up Han Shor a few times before scratching his head and asking doubtfully, "If I remember correctly, the last time you came here to confirm your Archmage rank was only 2 years ago. Don't tell me that you're going to confirm your rank as a Grand Magus Necromancer so soon?" Nodding his head affirmatively again, Han Shor said, "That's right. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. The Magic Association is really lively today. Hehe, the Lancelot Empire really does have a lot of geniuses." Carlos became a Wind Grand Magus before the age of 30. Who would have thought that another one would come? I don't know if you can create a miracle. I think you're definitely not 30 yet, right? Ars couldn't help but shake his head in wonder as he looked at Han Shor and sighed. When Han Shor possessed Brian's body, Brian was only 16 years old. Up until now, only 4 years had passed. According to the exact numbers, Han Shor's actual age in this world should only be 20 years old. However, because Han Shor had experienced too many life and death battles, and because Han Shor was already 20 years old before he possessed Brian's body, his appearance appeared to be a bit more mature. That's not the main point. Hehe, the main point is whether or not I can confirm the rank of a Grand Magus Necromancer. Han Shor didn't care much about this kind of empty reputation and said to Ars with a smile, "So you're that Brettel City's City Lord Brian. Hehe, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. I'm very happy to meet you here. I'm called Carlos." At this time, the Wind Grand Magus Carlos, who had walked down with Ars, suddenly smiled and greeted Han Shor. Han Shor politely returned the greeting and said with a smile, "That's right, I'm Brian. It's very nice to meet you, Carlos." Han Shor seemed to have heard someone talk about this Carlos when he was at the Dark Mantle headquarters last time. However, Han Shor didn't pay much attention to it last time. He was able to become a Wind Grand Magus before the age of 30. Han Shor was certain that this person must be very famous in the Lancelot Empire. He thought to himself that when he returned to the Dark Mantle headquarters, he should find some time to investigate this person. "Young master, we should leave." In the hall, an old man who looked like a butler said to Carlos, "Don't worry. Hehe, I want to wait for Brian to confirm his rank before leaving." Carlos turned his head and smiled at the butler. He then smiled at Han Shor and said, "Brian, if you don't mind, can you let me take a look?" Han Shor saw that apart from the people from the Magic Association, everyone else on this floor seemed to be Carlos's servants. He thought that this person's identity must be extraordinary. He first frowned, then smiled and said, "Hey, no problem." Chapter 378. There was no difference from the previous test. First was the test of mental strength. Han Shor's mental strength had indeed reached the Grand Magus level, so he easily passed the mental strength test. The next necromancy magic test was just as simple. Necromancy magic of the necromancy Grand Magus level was most representative of an even more powerful summoning technique. After Han Shor's incantation, an old Fey zombie suddenly descended from another dimension. The old Fey zombie's unique appearance represented everything. Without a doubt, the appearance of the old Fey zombie proved Han Shor's strength. Ars stared deeply at the old Fey zombie and felt the dense aura of death coming from it. He nodded his head in astonishment and said to Han Shor, "Not bad. You have indeed become a Grand Magus Necromancy. Unbelievable." Carlos' eyes sparkled with a strange light as he stared deeply at Han Shor. After a while, he sighed and said, "Your reputation is well deserved. It seems that your achievements today were not due to luck. Congratulations, Brian." Han Shor politely nodded his head to Carlos and said with a smile, "Many thanks. All right, there are no problems. Wait a moment, I will immediately help you with the proper procedures." Ars said this to Han Shor, then went straight up to the next floor. He should be busy with Han Shuor's ranking at the Magic Association. After Ars left, Carlos looked at Han Shuor and hesitated for a while. Then he opened his mouth and said to Han Shuor, "Brian, are you on very good terms with Prince Lawrence?" Han Shuor was startled. He didn't know why Carlos would say this. He nodded his head and looked at Carlos in astonishment, saying, "That's right. What's the matter? There's something I don't know if I should say or not." Carlos had a difficult expression on his face as he hesitated. "Hee, no harm. Just say it." Han Shuor smiled. The doubts in his heart grew larger and larger. Carlos' expression turned serious. He looked deeply at Han Shuor and said, "Then I'll be straightforward. Among the 4 princes, Prince Lawrence has the least hope of inheriting the throne. In addition, due to Lawrence's special identity, he would be the first to suffer if His Majesty passed away. Forgive me for saying too much, but it's best if you don't get too close to Prince Lawrence. Playing it safe is the best course of action for your Bretel city." Before coming to Ossen City, Han Shuor had already understood Lawrence's predicament from Emily's letter. When Han Shuor first came into contact with Lawrence, he understood that such a day would come sooner or later due to his illegitimate status. Candide had also reminded Han Shuor before. Han Shuor naturally understood that with Lawrence's status, it would be much more difficult for him to inherit the throne compared to other princes. However, Lawrence had treated Han Shuor well all these years. Han Shuor had also promised Lawrence that he would do his best to help him. When Han Shuor had entered Bretel City, Lawrence had spared no effort to help him. Now that Lawrence had truly fallen into a predicament, Han Shuor couldn't just sit by and do nothing no matter what. "Thank you for your reminder. However, I am a person who knows how to repay favors. Prince Lawrence has helped me before. When he is in danger, no matter how dangerous or disadvantageous it is to me, I will still help him. This is my principle of conduct and will never change." But thank you." Han Shuor looked at Carlos with a smile, expressing his attitude. Carlos sighed lowly and nodded, saying, "Brian, I express my admiration for your actions. However, you should still carefully consider this matter. This matter doesn't just involve you alone. Once Lawrence is no longer in power, you, your Bretel City, and your friends will all be implicated because of this matter. Sometimes, people not only live for themselves, but also for others." Carlos' words were reasonable, but Han Shuor still wouldn't change his mind just because of these words. The current Bretel City was incomparably sturdy. In addition, Han Shuor also had the Cemetery of Death to rely on. Even if the situation really reached the situation Carlos had spoken of, Han Shuor was still confident that he could bring everyone by his side away. "I am very grateful for your good intentions. But I usually don't regret my decision once I've made it. Even if it's a wrong decision, I will still be wrong to the end." Han Shuor's expression didn't change. He obviously hadn't been shaken by Carlos' words and calmly replied. With Han Shuor's words, Carlos knew that it was useless to try and persuade him any further. He helplessly sighed and said, "I really don't want to become enemies with you. However, if the situation continues to develop like this, I'm afraid that some things really won't be up to us." "Ari, what are you talking about? You two are rare geniuses in the Lancelot Empire." It seems that magic geniuses exist in every country. Brian, you're only 20 years old, yet you're actually able to become a Grand Magus Necromancer. You're even more of a freak." At this time, Ars walked down from upstairs and chuckled as he spoke to the two. "It's nothing. Mr. Ars, Brian, I still have some matters to attend to. Goodbye." Carlos bowed to Ars and Han Shuor respectively and directly went downstairs to leave. Han Shuor looked at Carlos' departing figure and understood that this person definitely supported one of the other 3 princes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. It was because Carlos saw Han Shuor's strength in his eyes, or perhaps because he didn't want to create a strong opponent, that's why he had advised Han Shuor in such a manner. However, for Han Shuor, after entering the separate demon realm, he wouldn't necessarily lose even if he faced a sacred sword master. A Wind Grand Magus like Carlos, who had just advanced to Grand Magus, was simply not Han Shuor's match. Therefore, Hanshaw didn't pay too much attention to Carlos. Brian, your information has been re-recorded. From now on, you're a Grand Magus Necromancer. Here, this is your new medal and certificate. You can have your own magic robe embroidered with the symbol of a Grand Magus Necromancer. Ars chuckled as he looked at Hanshaw, handing over the proof of Hanshaw's new rank to Hanshaw. Thank you, Mr. Ars. Hanshaw expressed his thanks, then said, all right, I'll be leaving as well. Wait. Ars smiled as he shouted, your Dean Emma and I are good friends. She erected a statue of you in your academy, and Dean Emma came over last time to confirm your rank. If you don't mind, I'll give her your latest information. This will help raise your status in the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Hanshaw blanked, then nodded with a smile, that's up to you. I have no objections. However, Dean Emma already knows of my new strength. I think it doesn't matter whether you inform her or not. If that's the case, then forget it. Ars smiled, then said, all right, go about your business. I hope that the next time you come to confirm your rank as a sacred magus, I'll still be alive to confirm it for you. That would be my greatest honor. Hanshaw smiled and chuckled, I hope so. However, Mr. Ars, you have to live a few more days. After saying this, Hanshaw didn't continue to stay in the Magic Association. He directly went downstairs and headed outside. Carlos had already left with a group of servants downstairs. When Hanshaw came downstairs, the young girl obviously knew that Hanshaw had successfully confirmed his new rank. She looked at Hanshaw with adoration and said excitedly, you're really amazing. I've worked here for many years, but I've never seen such a young Grand Magus like you. Hanshaw nodded at the young girl implicitly and didn't say much. He smiled and left through the door, heading straight for the Dark Mantle headquarters. Mount Orders, Dark Mantle headquarters. This time, when Hanshaw came over and flashed his identity card, he immediately received a special reception. One of the members brought Hanshaw in a certain direction. My lord, please wait a moment. I'll go pass on the message. The Dark Mantle member brought Hanshaw to a wide stone door and spoke respectfully to Hanshaw. Separated by a wide stone wall, Hanshaw could sense a few powerful auras coming from within. Hanshaw could generally remember people he knew. Even if they were separated by a great distance, he could still distinguish them through their auras. After reaching the separate demon realm, his consciousness had reached the large success stage. Hanshaw could even more easily distinguish the different auras on everyone's bodies. Separated by a stone door, there was a complicated magical boundary set up. However, it couldn't prevent Hanshaw's consciousness from sensing it. All right, go ahead. Hanshaw nodded and said to the member who led the way. The current Hanshaw's status was no longer the same as before. Within the Dark Mantle, a Dark Sun envoy was definitely one of the higher-ups. Hanshaw had successfully advanced to a second Dark Sun envoy after disrupting Kelt's operation in the underground world. In the entire Dark Mantle, there weren't many second Dark Sun envoys like Hanshaw. This member naturally treated Hanshaw very carefully and respectfully. From this member's mouth, Hanshaw learned that the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle had gathered here. Even some of the retired senior figures were present. It seemed that they were discussing some important matter. In the entire Dark Mantle organization, the lowest rank that could participate in this discussion was a third Dark Sun envoy. However, this member knew that Hanshaw's identity was a bit special, so he went in to inform him. Hanshaw's consciousness could sense the presence of Candide and Emily, as well as the not-so-friendly Cecilia. Other than that, he was unfamiliar with the other presences. However, for these people to gather here, there must be something important to discuss. This much was certain. The Dark Mantle headquarters was heavily guarded, and there were even more complicated and strange magical boundaries set up inside. Hanshaw didn't release his mystical demons to eavesdrop, but only stood outside and waited. After a while, that member and another person walked out. This person was extremely robust and in the prime of his life. From his coarse palms, one could tell that he used a heavy weapon. He had a luxuriant beard. After coming over, he nodded at Hanshaw and said, "Brian, right? Follow me. After saying this, he said to the member who brought Han Shuro over, all right, there's nothing else for you to do here. As they walked inside, the robust man opened his mouth to introduce himself. Like you, I'm also a second Dark Sun envoy. There's an oral order from above. Bring you in. This was an extremely spacious passageway. The walls of the passageway were lined with powerful crossbows and all kinds of small magical cannons, as well as all kinds of hidden magical boundaries. If one didn't have the qualifications to enter, Han Shuro dared to guarantee that if an unfamiliar person were to accidentally enter, only death would be waiting for them. After passing through this spacious passageway, they arrived at another large door guarded by 2 members. The member who led the way pointed at the open door and said to Han Shuro, "You can go in." Han Shuro was startled. He looked at this person and said, "You're not going in with me?" He smiled wryly and shook his head, helplessly replying, "I don't have the qualifications to enter. Although I'm a second Dark Sun envoy like you, I can only stay here to guard." Who asked you to have a good guide? The higher-ups didn't allow me to enter. After hearing his words, Han Shuro couldn't help but become speechless. He then smiled apologetically at him and didn't say anything else as he walked inside. As soon as Han Shuro's footsteps landed, a formation suddenly activated. When a white light flashed, Han Shuro found himself in a sealed spacious stone room. The stone room was the size of a basketball court. There were tables and chairs made of white marble in the surroundings. The tables were filled with all kinds of snacks and fruits. Around a large rhombus-shaped table were 13 chairs. Each chair had a person sitting on it. At this moment, all 13 people were looking at Han Shuro in unison. At one corner of the rhombus-shaped table sat the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle. They were Candide, Amy's, and Cecilia. Emily sat upright on the other side. Her bright eyes only shot a glance at Han Shuro before subconsciously turning her head away. She was probably trying to avoid arousing suspicion, lest someone see through her. These 13 people were the true upper echelons of the Dark Mantle. Among them, Emily, the lowest ranked, had advanced to a 3rd Dark Sun envoy. Candide, Cecilia, and the others were the highest-ranked 5th Dark Sun envoys. However, when Han Shuro glanced at them, he suddenly discovered that the 3 heavyweights, Candide, Amy's, and Cecilia, weren't sitting in the main seats. 2 unprepossessing old men were sitting in the most distinguished seats. Han Shuro had seen one of them before. It was the smiling old man who guarded the Dark Mantle's stronghold in the Valley of Sunshine. Chapter 379. Tanai of Sunshine's Dark Mantle stronghold wasn't large. Compared to other cities, there were fewer people and resources. However, the old man there was currently sitting in the most honorable position. All along, even Han Shuro had overlooked this person's existence in the Valley of Sunshine. He only knew that he smilingly guarded the shop all day long and covered the existence of the Dark Mantle stronghold. He hadn't expected that he would actually be a senior elder of the Dark Mantle. That old man saw Han Shuro's glittering eyes looking at him and smilingly nodded towards Han Shuro, saying, "What, you don't recognize me?" "No, I just didn't expect to see an old man here and was a bit surprised." Han Shuro answered truthfully. "Brian, this is Master Sabaka's, the previous 5 Dark Sun envoy. The Valley of Sunshine is the place where Master Sabaka's retired, so that identity is naturally not real." Candide still had that sinister appearance, but he stood up when he introduced Sabaka's to Han Shuro. It was obvious that he was showing respect to Sabaka's. Han Shuro was actually unable to sense any elemental aura from Sabaka's body. He was startled and immediately understood that if Sabaka's wasn't an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts or magic, then he was a true expert whose strength even Han Shuro couldn't see through. For him to be able to sit in such a position, he naturally wouldn't be an ordinary person who didn't know anything. Han Shuro could already imagine how strong Sabaka's was. "Greetings, old mister." Han Shuro respectfully bowed and greeted with a smile. Nodding his head, Sabaka's raised his left hand and the space beside Emily warped. A white marble chair identical to theirs landed beside Emily. Sabaka's smiled and said to Han Shuro, "Sit down first." Han Shoror thanked her and walked to the chair to sit down, leaning against Emily. After Han Shoror sat down, Emily, who was leaning close to Han Shoror, said in a low voice, "Sabarkas is Cecilia's grandfather, the Lancelot Empire's space sacred magus. Your Babylon Academy of Magic and Forces dean, Emma, was once instructed by him. The large magical transportation matrices in every city of the Empire, including the various space transportation matrices here, were all set up by him." Han Shoror was startled and couldn't help but look at Sabarkas again. Only now did he remember what Emily had said to him in the underground world. Last time, Emily had said that Cecilia's grandfather was an extremely powerful figure that he had met before. Back then, Han Shoror had racked his brains for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Only now did he finally understand. Sitting together with Sabarkas was an old woman with loose skin and a face full of wrinkles. She sat there with a crystal ball in her hands and continuously spun it. Her grayish-white eyes were filled with loneliness, seeming to be out of place with everyone here. When Han Shoror walked in, the old woman who looked like a witch didn't pay any attention to him at all. She sat there silently, as if she had fallen asleep. However, the crystal ball in her hand was still spinning, as if reminding everyone that she was still listening to them. "That's the mysterious old astrologer Grace. I also just learned of her existence from my brother. However, I don't know what she does specifically. However, astrologers are a mysterious existence. It's said that astrologers can see the future, but I don't know if it's true or not." Emily saw that Han Shoror was looking at the old witch and once again opened her mouth to explain to Han Shoror. Han Shoror sat upright and still without saying anything. He only slightly nodded his head to indicate that he had heard Emily's introduction. His gaze swept between Sabarkas and that old astrologer Grace who looked like a witch. His heart was filled with astonishment. One was a sacred magus of the space element, while the other was an incomparably mysterious astrologer. These two people should be figures of the Dark Mantle's elder rank. In addition to the fact that the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle were gathered here, Han Shoror was really looking forward to what this meeting was discussing. He obediently sat there without moving, preparing to listen carefully to what they had to say. "Brian, I'm aware of some of the things you did in Glorious Tanai. Hehe, you're a pretty good lad. Everyone can express their own opinions on the matters discussed here. Since you're able to sit here, you can also express your opinion on the matters discussed here." Sabarkas chuckled as he looked at Han Shoror and said to Han Shoror. Han Shoror thanked him again, but still sat there obediently and didn't open his mouth to say anything. Han Shoror looked at each and every one of the 13 people present. He understood that those who were able to sit here were definitely the true upper echelons of the Dark Mantle. He didn't know what matter could cause these people to gather together, and his heart was filled with curiosity. After a while, Han Shoror gradually understood why these people would gather together. It turned out that it was because of a power struggle between a few princes. When a new emperor was about to be born in a country, the country would inevitably face a bloody purge. No matter what power or person it was simply unrealistic for them to completely protect themselves. Even a neutral organization like the Dark Mantle similarly had to face this incomparably headache-inducing choice. This Dark Mantle organization that directly served His Majesty the King would become the Dark Hand of the new emperor in the future. After the new emperor was born, he would definitely choose the person he trusted the most to control this enormous organization. If the Dark Mantle stood on the wrong side now, the upper echelons of the Dark Mantle would definitely be purged in the future. After listening for a while, Han Shoror discovered that they seemed to want to remain neutral. However, a few princes had already clearly extended invitations to the Dark Mantle. The three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle had all been invited by a few princes. Currently, the three of them had all rejected the invitations of any prince and revealed a neutral attitude to the outside world. However, the three of them understood that if they truly remained neutral, they would exclude those who remained neutral from the list of trusted aides when any prince succeeded the throne in the future. The Dark Mantle organization had always been the most trusted existence of the emperor. If they couldn't obtain the trusted aides of the new emperor, then the upper echelons would definitely be purged. At that time, it would be uncertain whether the 3 heavyweights would still be the same as they were now. Among the 13 people, there were also those who preferred the most powerful first prince, Charles. They believed that Charles was the most qualified to sit on the throne. Of course, there were also 1 or 2 people who had their own reasons for choosing the other 2 princes. However, no one was optimistic about the illegitimate son Lawrence. No one had mentioned him. "Brian, I heard that you have a close relationship with Lawrence. What do you think of this matter?" Cecilia suddenly shot a glance at Han Shore and asked. While the Dark Sun envoys and Dark Sun envoys were expressing their opinions, the 2 founding elders and the 3 heavyweights had yet to express their opinions. Han Shore had been silent the whole time, only listening to the conversation. He hadn't expected that Cecilia would suddenly ask him a question. He was a bit stunned for a moment. Suddenly, the gazes of the 13 people in the room all fell on Han Shore. In recent days, Han Shore had been at the height of his power in the Dark Mantle and the Empire. His situation was a bit different from theirs. As a city in the east, Brettel City was currently blooming with vitality. As the city lord, Han Shore had enough bargaining chips no matter which side he sided with. Han Shore stared blankly for a moment, then fell silent for a moment. Afterwards, he smiled and said, "I will help Lawrence. As the city lord of Brettel City, it is my principle to repay favors. No matter how much you don't think Lawrence will win, I will still support him." "Lawrence, that illegitimate son Lawrence?" Cecilia said disdainfully and shook her head. "Everyone has hope, but this guy doesn't." Han Shore smiled but didn't say anything. He understood in his heart that everyone present wouldn't be optimistic about Lawrence. The other envoys all had disdainful expressions, ignoring Han Shore's attitude. They all withdrew their gazes from Han Shore and looked at Cecilia and the other higher-ups. At this moment, the crystal ball in old astrologer Grace's hand faintly lit up with a soft, misty light. Grace's turbid eyes slowly became filled with clarity. She suddenly moved her heavy eyelids and stared at the misty green crystal ball in her hand, looking at the specks of light inside. Space Sacred Magus Sabakas retracted his chuckling expression as his gaze suddenly fell on this old astrologer. Candide's 3 heads also had extremely shocked expressions as they looked at the old astrologer Grace, who seemed to have been asleep since Han Shore came in. As the starlight in the crystal ball in her hand flickered, the wrinkles on old astrologer Grace's face that were like ravines faintly trembled. She started coughing violently, as if her life could be extinguished at any moment like a candle in the wind. Her coughing was heart-wrenching and she finally spat out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball in her hand suddenly shattered, causing old astrologer Grace's body to sway and she almost fell from her sitting position. After a while, her violent coughing gradually stopped and her eyes were once again filled with a lifeless grayish-white color. It was as if she was so old that she couldn't see her surroundings clearly. The envoys in the room only felt that it was strange. However, Space Sacred Magus Sabakas and the 3 heavyweights looked at old astrologer Grace with sparkling eyes. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as if they were waiting for something. Old astrologer Grace, who hadn't said a word since the beginning of the meeting, looked at Sabakas and the 3 heavyweights with her turbid and lifeless grayish-white eyes. Finally, her gaze actually landed on Han Shore, who was sitting in the corner. Sabakas and the 3 heavyweights were suddenly startled and their gazes also gathered on Han Shore. "What should we do in the future?" Sabakas glanced at Han Shore in astonishment before turning his head to look at old astrologer Grace and asked cautiously. "Sabakas, I'm a little tired." Old astrologer Grace spat out these words while trembling. She had long since retracted her gaze from Han Shore, as if she had just casually glanced at him. Sabakas nodded and glanced at Candide's trio, saying, "I'll send her off to rest first. You guys continue to discuss, but don't make a decision for the time being." The 3 heavyweights stood up at the same time and bowed towards Sacred Magus Sabakas and Grace, respectfully sending off Sabakas, this elder of the Dark Mantle, as he left. Sabakas faintly smiled and a ball of light enveloped him and old astrologer Grace. After the light flashed, the 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Even Han Shore couldn't sense a trace of their aura. It seemed that they had already left the meeting room. After Sabaka's and old astrologer Grace left, the three heavyweights no longer discussed the future direction of the Dark Mantle. They seemed to be waiting for Sabaka's and the old astrologer's guidance. In the remaining time, they discussed the various major events that had recently occurred in the Dark Mantle. The third and fourth Dark Sun envoys reported some of the problems that were difficult to resolve and explained the anomalies within their jurisdiction as well as situations that were harmful to the Empire's safety. Brian, how is the situation in Brettel City and the 7 Grand Duchies? Candide, one of the three heavyweights, shot a glance at Han Shoror and asked after everyone had finished reporting. Although Han Shoror was the city lord of Brettel City, he was only a second Dark Sun envoy here and had the lowest status. Hearing this, Han Shoror stood up from his seat and calmly said, "The Dark Mantle's stronghold in Brettel City is developing well. Currently, with Brettel City as the center, the strongholds have been distributed to every major city in the 7 Grand Duchies. Every day, they will send letters to Brettel City to report the major events that have occurred. Very good, the 7 Grand Duchies should indeed be carefully monitored. They have always been restless." Candide replied, "My lord, do you know of Statholm of the 7 Grand Duchies Stranglethorn Valley?" Han Shoror thought for a moment and suddenly asked Candide before sitting down. After hearing these words, the expressions of the 11 people after Grace's departure didn't look too good. Candide helplessly shook his head with a gloomy expression. Then, he suddenly looked at Han Shoror with surprise. "You met that old monster?" Shaking his head, Han Shoror said, "No, but I heard that he was the former state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court. So he had the strength of a sacred swordmaster. The last time the Empire invaded the 7 Grand Duchies, it was said that the experts on our side received a warning from this person. I wonder if this is true." Nodding his head helplessly, Candide sighed and said, "This is the Empire's shame. If it wasn't for the existence of this old monster, the 7 Grand Duchies would have long been conquered. How could the 7 Grand Duchies, without a sacred magus, be a match for our Lancelot Empire? Isn't it all because of the existence of this old monster that we haven't used a sacred magus?" Seeing that Candide actually admitted it, Han Shoror was stunned. He firmly remembered Statholm in his heart and even more so secretly pondered whether he should be a bit more cautious towards the 7 Grand Duchies. Chapter 380. After the two senior figures left, the following conversation didn't have any substantive content. Everyone was most concerned about the future direction of the Dark Mantle. When this issue was no longer discussed, the meeting quickly ended. After the meeting ended, everyone dispersed. Han Shoror came to Candide's secret room. Candide first helped Han Shoror confirm the identity of the second Dark Sun envoy. Candide then said to Han Shoror, "You've developed Brettel City quite well during this period of time. I've already discussed this matter with His Majesty. You've come at the right time. I believe His Majesty will confer you the title of Marquis. It would be great if that's the case. Currently, there are many things waiting to be done in Brettel City. I need to report to His Majesty and see if we can build a large-scale transportation matrix in Brettel City. This way, Brettel City can develop even faster." Han Shoror understood that any large city couldn't do without communication with other cities. Currently, it was very inconvenient for Brettel City to communicate with the outside world. Only with its own transportation matrix would it be able to develop even faster. Candide felt a bit of a headache when he heard Han Shoror's words. He thought for a moment and said, "I can't guarantee whether His Majesty will agree or not. Although Brettel City has defeated some bandit groups, they are only bandits in the end. Before Brettel City can display the strength to resist the 7 Grand Duchies, I believe His Majesty won't feel at ease building a transportation matrix in Brettel City. Once the 7 Grand Duchies broke through Brettel City, if there happened to be a transportation matrix in Brettel City, the 7 Grand Duchies could spend magic crystal stones to transport their troops to other cities in the Lancelot Empire. This would be a disaster, and His Majesty would definitely treat it with caution." Han Shoror also understood Candide's meaning. He nodded and said, "It looks like His Majesty won't feel at ease before Brettel City defeats the 7 Grand Duchies. Ari, His Majesty's health is getting worse and worse. I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Did you come back from Brettel City this time for that, Lawrence? Candide sighed, then clearly asked Han Shoror. Han Shoror didn't hide anything as he nodded. That's right, Lawrence and I have a good relationship. It is my principle to repay a debt of gratitude. Lord Candide, you don't need to persuade me otherwise. I'm not trying to persuade you, I just feel that you should seriously consider this. Your reputation in the Empire isn't small right now. As long as you can stabilize Brettel City, your future will be limitless. But if you fight for power for Lawrence, I'm not only worried about yourself, but also your current foundation. You should consider it carefully. Candide didn't know how to persuade Han Shoror. When he'd first brought Han Shoror into the Dark Mantle, he'd never imagined that Han Shoror would have such accomplishments today. Moreover, judging from the current situation, as long as Han Shoror could smoothly develop, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a hegemon of the Lancelot Empire. On one hand, Han Shoror had been brought up by him. On the other hand, Han Shoror could be considered his wife Emma's student. No matter which aspect he considered, Candide didn't wish for Han Shoror to walk down the wrong path because of the wrong choice. That was why he'd repeatedly tried to persuade Han Shoror. However, after such a long period of contact, Candide understood that Han Shoror was the kind of person who wouldn't change his mind once he'd made up his mind. This made Candide truly at a loss as to what to do. Ari, forget it, I won't bother with you anymore. Before Madame Grace points out the direction, no one knows what the future of the Dark Mantle will be. Candide sighed and said to Han Shoror. Hearing Candide's words, Han Shoror couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked Han Shoror, My lord, can Madame Grace really see the future clearly? Astrologers were the most mysterious profession in this world. This was something Han Shoror had long since understood in his heart. He also knew of the various magical descriptions of astrology. However, Han Shoror wasn't someone who believed in those kinds of illusory prophecies. Therefore, he was still skeptical even now. Candide's expression turned solemn as he said to Han Shoror, Lancelot Empire has encountered many major events over the years. Madame Grace's guidance has always been correct. The Dark Mantle being able to become a hand of darkness in the Lancelot Empire is inseparable from Madame Grace's guidance. In addition, Madame Grace is also the person His Majesty values the most. Her prophecies can even change His Majesty's decision. Up until now, His Majesty still hasn't made a decision on which prince to hand over the throne to. One of the reasons is because Madame Grace hasn't told His Majesty who the true wise ruler is. Yes, there's also Lawrence's master Carl Ascot. He's actually also waiting for Madame Grace to point him in the right direction. Whether the Dark Mantle will be able to avert disaster this time also depends on Madame Grace's guidance. That's why we haven't made any decisions up until now. Han Shoror was truly shocked after hearing Candide's words. He didn't expect that the old woman who looked like she would die at any moment would actually have such an important role in changing the decisions of the king and sacred swordmaster Carl. This caused Han Shoror's heart to be filled with amazement. Afterwards, Han Shoror suddenly recalled that old astrologer Madame Grace had gazed deeply at him after the crystal ball in her hand had shattered. Originally, Han Shoror had only thought that it might have been a casual glance from her. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shoror couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He wondered if that gaze of hers had any special meaning. So you're saying that as long as Madame Grace approves of a prince, he will definitely receive additional benefits? Han Shoror thought for a moment before asking Candide. Candide nodded his head in affirmation. In order to highlight the importance of old astrologer Grace, he made an example, even if it's that Lawrence, as long as Madame Grace says that he can bring prosperity and strength to the Lancelot Empire, he also has a great chance of inheriting the new throne. I hope the old astrologer can really support Lawrence. Who knows, I can see that Lawrence has the aura of an emperor. Han Shoror mocked himself before asking, what's going on with that Statholm? Candide's already gloomy expression became even more gloomy when he heard these words. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Han Shoror, when the Empire entered the 7 Grand Duchies last time, apart from Sacred Swordmaster Karl Ascot, there was also Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale. Originally, everyone believed that they would definitely be able to take down the 7 Grand Duchies that were in a state of disunity. The situation on the surface was similar to the rumors. Due to the sudden alliance of the 7 Grand Duchies, the Empire's army was obstructed everywhere. However, because the Empire secretly believed that the 7 Grand Duchies didn't have any sacred magus, they once wanted to violate the continent's convention and use forbidden magic to reverse the situation. Afterwards, before Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale could make a move, that old monster Statholm came looking for him. That old monster Statholm openly challenged Sacred Swordmaster Karl Ascot that we are so proud of. Apart from Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale, no one else witnessed that battle. No one knows the specifics of the situation. However, Sacred Swordmaster Karl and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale did not take action in that battle. The Verdun Imperial Court had existed for many years. As the state preceptor, Statholm had long since possessed the strength of a Sacred Swordmaster. He hadn't died for so many years and was able to make Sacred Swordmaster Karl and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Gale of the Lancelot Empire feel apprehensive the moment he made a move. This was already sufficient to prove his strength. That's right, there was a soldier who saw that old monster and said that his appearance wasn't as old as people imagined. On the contrary, he had the appearance of a handsome youth. It was precisely because of this that we called the state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, Statholm, an old monster from then on. Candide continued to explain. Han Shoror was silent. He furrowed his brows and thought for a while before saying, "I understand. All right, I'll leave this place first. If there's anything you need, just look for me. I'll be staying in Ossen City for a period of time." "All right, be careful. Ossen City isn't very peaceful right now." Candide nodded. Seeing that Han Shoror was about to leave, Candide hesitated for a moment before suddenly saying, "Wait." Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment before turning his head to look at Candide and said, "Is there anything else?" "That, you better be careful between you and Emily. Amy's isn't an easy person to get along with. In addition, the Han family is also one of the largest families in the Empire. For the sake of you and Emily, you better be careful." Candide sighed softly and said, "Sigh, everything about you is good, except that you're a bit too romantic. There's also that Fanny, you have to be even more careful when dealing with her. I heard from your dean a while ago that her father is actually the commander of the Howling Legion, Firenze. That fellow is famous for being a ruthless butcher. He's even more difficult to provoke than Amy's. There's also that Phoebe, she's Sacred Swordmaster Karl's most beloved disciple. What kind of women have you found? I don't even know how to help you anymore." After hearing Candide's words, Han Shoror's expression changed. He was clear about the identities of Emily and Phoebe. The only one he didn't know was Fanny. He never would have thought that Fanny's background would be even greater. Her father was actually the commander of the Howling Legion, Firenze. As the second Dark Sun envoy of the Dark Mantle, Han Shoror had naturally heard of this thunderous name in the Lancelot Empire. Firenze Howling Legion was without a doubt the strongest legion in the Empire. As the commander, Firenze was ruthless, cruel, and sinister. He was famous in the Lancelot Empire for being a ruthless madman. For so many years, Firenze Howling Legion had always been stationed at the southern border to resist the barbaric orcs. The number of orcs that died at the hands of his Howling Legion numbered in the tens of thousands. Within the Orc Empire, Firenze's name was synonymous with demons and nightmares. It could be said that he was feared by everyone and cursed by everyone. Even within the Empire, Firenze's reputation was similarly outstanding. This person didn't have the etiquette and elegance that a noble should have. At the noble His Majesty the King's private banquets, Firenze even dared to rudely beat up any noble he disliked. However, this person was highly regarded by His Majesty the King, Uhtred. It was precisely because of his existence that the barbaric orcs were forever isolated. Although Firenze had offended many nobles and even publicly cursed Grand Duke Ashburn for being hypocritical, despicable, and obscene, he was still living well for so many years. Once, because he wanted to beat up Grand Duke Ashburn during a banquet, His Majesty the King couldn't bear to watch any longer and imprisoned him. However, when this news spread from the Lancelot Empire, the barbaric orcs immediately cheered and celebrated. Afterwards, their army pressured the borders and invaded the various cities of the southern border. His Majesty the King dispatched several generals to defend, but in the end, no one was able to maintain the situation. Seeing that the cities were about to fall, even His Majesty the King had no choice but to implore Firenze to come out and face the enemy. However, Firenze refused. In the end, when 2 cities of the empire's southern border were breached, Grand Duke Ashburn personally went to the prison and lowered his head to Firenze. Only then did Firenze come out and drive the orc army out of the southern border. In the southern border region, this Firenze was a godlike existence. In the entire Lancelot Empire, apart from His Majesty the King, the person Ashburn was most apprehensive of and most afraid of was Firenze. Han Shoror had long since seen this information from the Dark Mantle's intelligence. Now that he heard that Fanny's old man was actually Firenze, he was immediately dumbfounded. His mouth became somewhat dry and he couldn't help but nervously ask Candide, "Are you sure that is Fanny's father?" "It's him. This information came from your Dean Emma. I only found out about it recently." "Sigh, good luck to you. I've long since told you not to be too fickle. Let's see how you end up in the future." Candide also had a bitter smile on his face as he helplessly said to Han Shoror, It looks like it's indeed somewhat difficult to handle. Sigh, Master Fanny is such a gentle and virtuous person. How could she have such a crazy father? This world is truly mystical." Han Shoror sighed with a headache. Fanny's mother passed away early. Firenze dotes on her exceedingly. I think you should start with Fanny. If you can make Fanny obedient, you might be able to escape this calamity," Candide unexpectedly said. Han Shoror frowned and sighed. Then, an idea flashed through his mind as he suddenly asked Candide, "If I can deal with Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny, Emily has old Han's family and Amy's behind her. In addition, there's Sacred Sword Master Carl and that lunatic Firenze. If there's also our entire Dark Mantle, do you think Lawrence has any hope of inheriting the throne if I help him?" Candide's body trembled when he heard these words. His gaze towards Han Shoror grew brighter and brighter. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth and said, "If you really think so, then Lawrence has great hope. If Madame Grace also helps him, this is practically in the bag." "Oh, right. Do you think Lawrence knows about the matters between you and the 3 women?" Han Shoror stared blankly for a moment. He carefully thought for a while and nodded, saying, "I think Lawrence should know about the relationship between me and the 3 women. However, he has never said much about it." Candide was frightened. After a while, he suddenly sighed, "It looks like Lawrence is the most powerful among the princes. I can clearly tell you that Lawrence also knows about Fanny's identity. No wonder Lawrence spared no effort to help and rope you in these past few years. If Lawrence had long since calculated this day, then that brat Lawrence is really too terrifying." After hearing Candide's words, Han Shoror was secretly a bit apprehensive. After carefully recalling the process of meeting Lawrence, Han Shoror couldn't help but be surprised to discover that what Candide said was very likely the truth. However, no matter what, Lawrence had always been helping him. It was also because of Lawrence's existence that Han Shoror was able to climb to his current position so quickly. After a moment of silence, Han Shoror smiled and said, "It looks like Lawrence is the most capable person. I think my choice might be correct. Only such a far-sighted person would be able to distinguish himself in the struggle for power. Perhaps your choice might really be correct. Forget it, I'll wait for Madame Grace's decision." Candide sighed and said to Han Shoror with a bit of a headache. To Candide, Grace's judgment, who could clearly see the future, was the most correct. Other than that, no other decision was safe. If Han Shoror could grasp all 3 forces, there might really be hope to help Lawrence seize power. However, this was only hope. Oh, right, His Majesty's body is becoming weaker and weaker. He shouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. The last time I went to see His His Majesty still couldn't forget about your miraculous martial technique and was trying to understand it in hopes of using it in the military. What do you think about this matter? Candide thought for a moment and asked Han Shoror. I will carefully consider this matter and give you an answer after a period of time. Han Shoror already knew that King Uhtred would definitely mention this matter. To Han Shoror, demonic arts was his greatest secret. However, if he wanted to establish a demonic sect in this world, Han Shoror becoming its master wasn't necessarily something that couldn't be considered. Yes, think about it carefully. His Majesty seems to attach great importance to this matter. Candide said. Nodding his head, Han Shoror finally opened his mouth and said, All right, I'll leave now. I need to carefully think about what you've said to me. Chapter 381. Ossen City, Han Shoror's own mansion. As soon as Han Shoror returned to the Count's mansion, Steward Corliss immediately reported to Han Shoror that the third prince, Lawrence, had been waiting for him. Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred originally had 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles, second Prince Cyril, and youngest Prince Bethuli. Among the 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles was valiant and skilled in battle, second Prince Cyril was a standard refined nobleman, and youngest Prince Bethuli was only 15 years old, still a child. After Lawrence's identity was made public, he became the third prince. However, this third prince was only what everyone called him on the surface. Only those people knew how they cursed him in secret. As soon as Han Shoror returned to the Count's mansion, he learned from Steward Corliss that Lawrence was waiting for him. He couldn't help but marvel at Lawrence's information network. After entering Ossen City from Brettel City, Han Shoror only made a trip to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and the Dark Mantle headquarters. He basically didn't show his face in front of anyone. The news from Brettel City shouldn't have arrived so quickly. Lawrence obviously had another sensitive information network. Compared to his previous cheerfulness, Lawrence's expression was a bit more gloomy. Perhaps it was because he hadn't lived as he wished recently, but Lawrence's temperament had become even colder. However, when he saw Han Shoror walk in, he still laughed heartily and came over to hug Han Shoror. After a deep conversation with Candide, Han Shoror gained a new understanding of Lawrence's farsightedness. Seeing Lawrence come over to hug him, Han Shoror also had a happy expression. He suddenly hugged Lawrence tightly, laughing heartily as he greeted Lawrence with greetings. Han Shoror waved his hand to dismiss the servant who brought him refreshments. He lightly took a sip of the fragrant tea from the south of Odin Empire, then looked at Lawrence and said, It hasn't been long, I didn't expect the situation to have already reached this point. Brian, there's finally news of you. During this period of time, my days in the imperial capital haven't been good. Charles has been pushing me around. Currently, apart from my adoptive father and Uncle Boris, there aren't any other nobles supporting me. Sigh, due to my awkward status, I know those nobles look down on me. However, I can't escape from this situation. Otherwise, Charles and the others will definitely not let me off. Lawrence didn't pretend to say too much and went straight to the point, telling Han Shoror about the predicament he was facing. Among the other 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles had the support of Grand Duke Ashburn. In addition, his mother was the Empress, making him the most promising candidate to inherit the throne. The second prince, Cyril, had a good relationship with the various nobles in the imperial capital. He seemed to be kind and knew how to win people's hearts, and he had a bunch of nobles supporting him. Although little Prince Bethuli was still a half-grown child, his mother was the woman His Majesty loved the most. With that woman constantly whispering in His Majesty's ear, Uhtred seemed to love Bethuli very much. Although little Prince Bethuli was still a child, his mother was the woman His Majesty the King doted on the most. With that woman constantly blowing wind into His Majesty's ears, Uhtred seemed to dote on Bethuli very much. Actually, if it wasn't for his awkward status, the third Prince Lawrence, who had interfered, would have had the support of his father and uncle. In addition, his master was Sacred Swordmaster Carl. Unfortunately, due to his status as an illegitimate child, these weren't considered too heavy of a bargaining chip and basically couldn't guarantee him anything. From Candide's words, Han Shoror knew that old astrologer Madame Grace had a decisive say. The reason why Lawrence's master Carl hadn't expressed his stance seemed to be because he was waiting for astrologer Madame Grace's opinion. Lawrence didn't seem to know about this matter. Han Shaw came over and listened to Lawrence's sighing narration. After a while, Han Shaw opened his mouth and said, "I've just returned from the Dark Mantle and obtained an extremely important piece of information. There's a senior astrologer, Madame Grace, in the Dark Mantle. One word from her can bring you enormous benefits. The reason why your master hasn't expressed his stance yet is perhaps due to consideration for the Lancelot Empire's overall situation." After Han Shaw described what he had seen and heard in the Dark Mantle to Lawrence, Lawrence knitted his brows and pondered for a while. He then looked deeply at Han Shaw and said, "Thank you, Brian. This piece of information is extremely important. Madame Grace is my father's personal astrologer. I've heard some rumors about her. However, astrology is too vague and insubstantial. No matter what, I must make early preparations." Nodding his head, Han Shaw understood that for some people who were passionate about power, that mysterious astrology wasn't something they would fuss over too much. Taking this incident as an example, in addition to the fact that old astrologer Grace had said that Lawrence would be able to bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire, the other three princes would definitely not allow themselves to be captured without a fight and willingly hand over the throne to Lawrence. The mysterious astrology was only a part of it. For those who strived for power, they absolutely weren't people who were willing to bow their heads to fate. Lawrence was precisely this kind of person. Listening to his words, Han Shaw couldn't help but nod inwardly. Thinking of Lawrence's deep foresight, Han Shaw knew that Lawrence wasn't someone easy to deal with. However, Han Shaw's choice was Lawrence. The more difficult Lawrence was to deal with, the more at ease Han Shaw felt. Hearing Han Shaw's words, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, no matter what the final outcome of astrology is, Brettel City and I will always stand on your side. Who cares if it's some kind of prophecy or divination, we will still fight it out. Hihi, of course, if the situation is favorable to us, then it will naturally be a bit better. Thank you, Brian. If I can inherit the throne, the Dark Mantle will only have you as a big shot in the future." Lawrence solemnly promised Han Shaw, "I don't care about your future promises. I only care about the help you've given me in the past and the friendship between us. That's why I will spare no effort to help you." Han Shaw smiled as he explained to Lawrence. The future was always the hardest to predict. Nothing was absolute. Promises about the future were the same as astrology, they were all illusory. It looks like I should start from Madame Grace's side. Although I know that doing so might be futile, I still need to try. Lawrence understood that people like Madame Grace and Carl only cared about the future of the Lancelot Empire, and not about any one of them gaining power. After receiving Han Shaw's guarantee, Lawrence finally felt relieved. He discussed a few more details with Han Shaw before bidding farewell to Han Shaw and leaving. After Lawrence had left for a while, Han Shaw couldn't help but frown. He walked out of the hall and looked at the opposite roof, muttering to himself, "He's already left, why are you still here?" As soon as these words were said, a shadow floated down from the opposite roof. Bollands, whom Han Shaw had met in the rose garden, suddenly appeared in front of him. A dense stench of blood mixed with killing intent slowly drifted out, filling Han Shaw's surroundings. The old assassin Bollands, whose face was covered in scars, had been hiding there ever since Lawrence entered Han Shaw's mansion. When Han Shaw came over, he first sensed the dense stench of blood on Bolland's body. Han Shaw understood that Bolland's goal was to protect Lawrence, so he didn't pay attention to his existence. However, after Lawrence and Han Shaw had finished their conversation, Han Shaw discovered that Bollands hadn't left with Lawrence when Han Shaw should have left. That was why he walked out and questioned Bollands as if he was talking to himself. "How were you able to discover my exact location?" Bolland's eyes focused on Han Shaw's body. A murderous aura emanated from his body as he questioned Han Shaw with some doubt. Han Shaw knew that it was because his hands were covered in blood and he had deliberately trained in this aspect that his murderous aura naturally permeated the air. It wasn't because he had killing intent in his heart. Han Shaw smiled faintly and said, "The murderous aura on your body is too heavy, and you don't know how to completely conceal your aura. Naturally, you can be sensed by experts. Heh, I think you've stopped being an assassin ever since you started training your murderous aura, right? A top-notch assassin had to be able to completely conceal their murderous aura. Only in this way would they be able to finish off their target with a single strike before they could even react. Bolans used to be a top-notch assassin. However, it was obvious that he had focused on researching how to use his murderous aura. Slowly, his murderous aura became uncontrollable and the smell of blood on his body became heavier and heavier. For a top-notch assassin, this was a flaw. Bolans couldn't help but stare blankly when he heard Han Shuor's words. He then replied, "That's right. When I discovered that I could no longer conceal my aura, I stopped being an assassin. However, my murderous aura is able to destroy the enemy's willpower in actual combat. In a real battle, I have the absolute advantage. Even two people may not be my match." This person was actually a good seedling. With his current physical condition, he would be able to cultivate demonic arts with twice the effort and half the result. If Han Shuor was to guide him carefully and specialize in a demonic art of the god-slaying path, he would definitely become an extraordinary figure. His strength would also improve by leaps and bounds. Actually, I have a method to conceal the murderous aura on your body, as well as a method to better control and utilize it. This kind of path that you're exploring on your own has some similarities with the martial technique that I cultivate. If you cultivate according to my method, you will definitely be able to greatly increase your strength in a short period of time. In addition, you will also have unlimited potential to expand. Han Shuor suddenly recalled that Uhtred had once told him to spread the martial technique. This Bolans was indeed a suitable candidate. However, the only thing that made Han Shuor somewhat apprehensive was the relationship between Bolans and sacred swordmaster Karl. As long as Bolans cultivated the god-slaying path that Han Shuor had taught him, Han Shuor had full confidence that he would be able to control Bolans. In the future, he would be able to make Bolans his loyal lackey. Therefore, Han Shuor began to probe. Chapter 382. After hearing Han Shuor's words, the earthworm-like scars on Bolland's face seemed to have come alive due to his excitement, giving off a frightening feeling as though one had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Even sacred swordmaster Karl, Bolland's current master, didn't have a way to control the murderous aura all over his body. All along, Bolans had been exploring by himself. His exploration of unknown territories was filled with confusion and danger. Sacred Swordmaster Karl wasn't able to provide him with any help. To Sacred Swordmaster Karl, Bolland's research on murderous aura was simply unorthodox. He disdained to waste time on this aspect and had once advised Bolans to return to the orthodox realm of fighting aura cultivation. Unfortunately, Bolans had sunk deeper and deeper, gradually becoming addicted to it and unable to extricate himself. Karl was unable to persuade Bolans, and with his heart filled with disdain, he naturally wouldn't provide any help to Bolans on this unorthodox path. Now that he heard that Han Shuor possessed a martial technique that could conceal and control this kind of murderous aura, to Bolans who had been wandering alone in unfamiliar territories for a long time, Han Shuor's words were like the sound of heaven to him. It tore open a deep hole in Bolland's many years of solitude. Bolans immediately became unable to control himself. You're speaking the truth?" Bolland's face trembled even more due to his excitement. His tone was filled with disbelief. Previously, Bolans had seen Han Shuor's battle with Brut Merchant Alliance's Leah Kane. Including the miraculous performance he had when he first met Han Shuor, it gave Bolans a pleasantly surprised feeling as though he had met a soulmate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed for so long after Lawrence left, attempting to have a detailed discussion with Han Shuor to see if he could obtain something he was looking forward to from Han Shuor. Nodding affirmatively, Han Shuor confidently said, "Not only do I use my own killing intent, I also have a way to absorb the killing intent of soldiers on the battlefield. I believe that I am the only one in the entire profound continent who is proficient in this kind of martial technique." As soon as he finished speaking, the murderous aura around Han Shuor's body abruptly overflowed. Clouds of blood-red mist suddenly overflowed from Han Shuor's body. The blood-red mist contained a ruthless, murderous aura of despair and endless resentment, causing one's soul to tremble. Under the control of Han Shuor's mind, the balls of murderous aura turned into sharp blades. With Han Shuor as the center, a blood-red flower of evil bloomed as if it was real. Bollanz's pupils bulged as he stared fixedly at Han Shuor. The crisscrossing scars on his face were like earthworms wriggling on his face. The thick smell of blood on Bollanz's body uncontrollably spread out. However, he would never be able to skillfully manipulate this bizarre aura like Han Shuor could. Bollanz could feel the energy contained within, and could also use this energy to stimulate one's fighting spirit in battle. However, he had never dared to imagine that Han Shuor's incomparably exquisite manipulation could be done. It was also from Han Shuor's display that Bollanz understood that once this domain was extended, it would blossom with light and destructive power that was even more terrifying than fighting aura. "Bu, Earl Brian, can I learn this martial technique from you?" Logically speaking, with Bollanz's status and experience, he shouldn't be so rude. However, after so many years of lonely exploration, he had endured that kind of helplessness and bewilderment for far too long. Now that he saw a resplendent path paved in front of him, this old man who had always been exploring the unknown by himself could no longer control himself. Han Shuor laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said to Bollanz apologetically, "Hehe, old Mr. Bollanz, you must be joking. Not to mention this kind of miraculous martial technique, even the most widespread fighting aura in the profound continent isn't that easy for an ordinary person to cultivate." Bollanz's eyes were filled with unconcealable sadness. Sighing, Bollanz said in a bitter voice, "I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. However, I really hope to be able to cultivate this martial technique, no matter how great the price I have to pay. In this world, perhaps you are the only one who can give me pointers on this lonely path. I have experienced too much the dangers and pain of exploring helplessly by myself." Han Shuor, who was staring at the old man's eyes, could clearly see every trace of emotion flowing through his pupils. After Bollanz's heartfelt words, Han Shuor knitted his brows and thought hard for a while. He then hesitated for a while, his brows still tightly knitted as he muttered to himself, "Actually, when my teacher left behind this martial technique, he didn't say that it couldn't be taught to outsiders." Bollanz, who had just been pushed to rock bottom, had a delighted expression when he heard this. He looked at Han Shuor excitedly and probed, "Bu, Brian, you." Bollanz was somewhat incoherent in his shock. However, Han Shuor knew what he wanted to express. As though seriously considering for a while, Han Shuor came to a sudden realization and said, "It's not impossible for you to cultivate this martial technique. However, you must join our branch. Consider it as me accepting a disciple in place of my deceased teacher. However, you have always been following Mr. Carl and even considered yourself a servant. I don't think this is very appropriate. It seems that it's impossible." "No, it's possible, it's possible," Bollanz hastily cried out in surprise. Under Han Shuor's astonished gaze, Bollanz immediately explained, "I have followed Master for a period of 5 years. In order to repay his kindness, I have already stayed by Master's side for 7 years. Although I am still willing to stay by Master's side, I am currently a free person. As long as I tell Master, there shouldn't be any problems. If you don't mind, I am willing to enter your branch and cultivate that mystical martial technique with you." After Bollanz said this, Han Shuor unconsciously came to a realization. He didn't expect that this Bollanz would still be willing to stay by Sacred Swordmaster Carl's side even though he was already free. It seemed that this person was a very suitable lackey for Han Shuor. According to logic, there shouldn't be any problems with this matter. However, Han Shuor still had some misgivings about Sacred Swordmaster Carl. He was somewhat worried that he would become enemies with Carl because of this matter. However, Han Shuor believed that with his current strength, he didn't need to fear that Sacred Swordmaster Carl. This Bollanz in front of him was also an extremely suitable candidate to cultivate in demonic arts. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuor opened his mouth and explained to Bollanz, "It's best that you reconsider. You should know that once you cultivate martial techniques with me, you will be restricted by me. Our branch also has many rules. As a senior, I have the authority to make you do things that you are unwilling to do. If you refuse, you will be going against the teacher's teachings. I have the authority to take back the martial technique that you cultivate. In addition, you should inform Mr. Carl and carefully consider it for a few days. After you have thoroughly considered it and made a decision, there is no harm in finding me again to have a proper discussion. When Han Shoror said this, Bollan's eyes gradually regained their clarity. Bolans, who had lived for many years, naturally wasn't a fool who couldn't see the situation clearly. Although his heart was in a mess because of Han Shoror's martial technique, when Han Shoror mentioned the teacher's teachings and restrictions, Bolans immediately understood the meaning that Han Shoror wanted to express. Everyone has to listen to me, regardless of whether it's right or wrong. This was actually the same as serving his current master Carl. With the identity of a servant, he would take care of everything for his master. No matter if it was murder, arson, or robbery, as long as his master gave the order, he would do his utmost to carry it out. This was also what Han Shoror wanted to express. After Bollan's eyes regained their clarity, he began to truly weigh the pros and cons. From Han Shoror, he saw ambition that was unwilling to be left out. Furthermore, the baleful aura around Han Shoror didn't seem like a benevolent and good person like Carl. Once he and Han Shoror got together, it seemed like he would definitely return to his old profession and do some bloody business that couldn't see the light of day. However, what Carl couldn't give him, Han Shoror could. On the other hand, compared to the benevolent and kind sacred swordmaster Carl, Han Shoror seemed to be more to his liking. Bolans, whose hands were stained with blood, cherished the wonderful taste of slaughter. Due to his uncontrollable study of killing intent, he became intoxicated with slaughter, unable to extricate himself. Having stayed by Carl's side for many years, Bolans still couldn't forget that taste. Han Shoror's appearance could give him another path, a path that he longed for. After hesitating between rationality and temptation, Bolans was unable to immediately make a decision. In the end, he opened his mouth and said to Han Shoror, "I will carefully consider your suggestion. Once I have made a decision, I will come and find you. No matter what your decision is, I will respect it." Han Shoror smiled as he replied. Before Bolans left, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around to look at Han Shoror and asked, "What is the branch of martial arts that you practice?" "Sky Demon Gate. Sky Demon Gate. Sky Demon Gate. I will remember it," Bolans muttered to himself. He leaped onto the roof and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Once you enter the Sky Demon Gate, you will never be able to leave my control. Carl, it's not that I have the intention to poach you, but it's simply impossible for you to teach such a talent. After Bolans left, Han Shoror muttered to himself with some pride. Ossen City, Grand Duke Ashburn's mansion. Today, Duke Ashburn was secretly meeting with some special guests, a group of clergymen belonging to the Church of Light. The Church of Light's Lancelot Empire Red Archbishop Koss, along with a few temple knights and white-robed priests, were in Duke Ashburn's mansion, happily chatting with Ashburn and First Prince Charles. As the most influential religious organization on the continent, the Church of Light had various military organizations in many countries on the profound continent. Any country that had a Temple of Light would have holy knights guarding it. Depending on the size of the temple, the number of holy knights guarding it would vary. In the Odin Empire, the headquarters of the Church of Light, the Temple of the God of Light had tens of thousands of temple knights. For many years, the continent had always had the existence of 10 great knight orders. The temple knights of the Church of Light had always had an illustrious reputation. There were even rumors in the outside world that the Temple Knights were the strongest knight order in the continent. Apart from that, the strength of the Church of Light's numerous light priests was equally astonishing. For example, a person like Red Archbishop Koss who possessed a divine weapon was a nightmare to anyone. Especially some dark and necromancy mags. When they encountered Red Archbishop Koss who possessed a divine weapon, they basically allowed Koss to proclaim the greatness of the God of Light, proving their lowliness. The power of religion was inconceivably strong in the profound continent. Faith was the most illusory and difficult to understand thing. It could often cause a normal person to become crazy and paranoid, and then do some unreasonable things. What the Church of Light was most adept at was using the power of faith to give ignorant people and even aristocrats a direction that wasn't necessarily correct. In the Lancelot Empire, the power of the Church of Light similarly couldn't be underestimated. Every city in the Lancelot Empire had a temple of the Church of Light. Where there was a temple, there would naturally be the armed forces of the Church of Light. Those private forces that completely believed in the God of Light were actually an unstable factor for any empire. However, perhaps it was because the influence of the Church of Light was too great. In any country, the Church of Light's private armed forces were actually a legal existence. This was the voice and need of those who believed in the God of Light. Even His Majesty Uhtred of the Lancelot Empire had tacitly approved of it. Fortunately, the Church of Light wasn't the main church in the Lancelot Empire. Other than that, the people also believed in the goddess of nature, the goddess of ice, and other gods. These messy churches were distributed in every city in the Lancelot Empire, but they were unable to shake the foundation of the empire. When the Lancelot Empire sunk into the struggle for power among the princes, there were times when religions had no choice but to make a choice. The correct choice could bring direct benefits to their own church, and it was even possible for them to dominate the Lancelot Empire. It was precisely because Cos had taken a fancy to eldest Prince Charles that he appeared in Duke Ashburn's mansion. Having the support of such a huge church like the Church of Light was naturally a joyous matter for Duke Ashburn. Eldest Prince Charles was similarly very happy. As an Orthodox knight, he originally had a favorable impression of the Church of Light. When the Church of Light intended to help him, this favorable impression would naturally multiply. After a round of discussion regarding promises of power and support, both parties were perfectly satisfied. They were satisfied with the cooperation between the two sides. While Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles were warmly entertaining these members of the clergy, Cos suddenly sighed and said, "Brettel City's Earl Brian, I wonder what his lordship thinks of this. He's only a lucky person who fawns on the rich and powerful. In addition, this fellow doesn't have any foresight. I think his good days will soon come to an end." Duke Ashburn's face was gloomy as he faintly smiled, giving a conclusion to Hans Shaw. "His lordship is wrong. This person is definitely not easy to deal with. The power behind this person is the Calamity Church. As an old enemy of our Church of Light that has been secretly fighting for hundreds of years, we are fully aware of how terrifying the Calamity Church is. To tell you the truth, I once personally took action and led a few temple knights to apprehend this person. However, I returned in failure twice and even suffered some injuries. Speaking up to this point, Cos sighed and continued, "The Pope has given instructions for our Lancelot Empire's personnel to eliminate this person at all costs. I hope that his lordship will be able to help us." When Cos mentioned the Calamity Church, Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles glanced at each other, their expressions not looking too good. A great noble like Ashburn was naturally aware of the existence of the Calamity Church. It was an evil nest where a group of true demons gathered. Ashburn didn't expect that Hans Shaw actually came from there. This caused Ashburn to feel somewhat apprehensive. However, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had already taken action last time. The two believed that Hans Shaw already knew about this. Regardless of whether it was Hans Shaw or the Calamity Church, both were ruthless people who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This made the two understand that Hans Shaw had already become a mortal enemy. Although the Calamity Church had an illustrious reputation, the fact that the Church of Light was able to suppress the Calamity Church for hundreds of years amply proved that the Church of Light was similarly a powerful religious organization. Now that he heard Cos talk about eliminating Hans Shaw, Ashburn immediately and frankly replied, "The last time we tried, we were careless and failed. This person supports that illegitimate child. I believe that sooner or later he will die. Mr. Cos's intention is to make him disappear earlier." Nodding his head, the red-robed archbishop lamented pitifully, "This person is an unstable factor in the profound continent. His existence will bring disaster to the profound continent. Our Church of Light's objective has always been to eliminate all existences that go against God's will. He is precisely the target that we must immediately eliminate. In that case, His Lordship, do you have any good ideas? Ashburn waited for Koss to finish his agitated speech before taking advantage of the situation to continue asking. This is my plan. However, I will need to borrow the strength of the two of you. Red Archbishop Koss nodded and began to describe his plan to the two. Chapter 383. Ossen City, Count Han Shoror's mansion. In a secret room, Han Shoror held the white bone staff and chanted a necromancy incantation. After a long and tedious incantation, a mummy lord stood in front of Han Shoror. The mummy lord stared at Han Shoror in a stupefied manner. The entire secret room was suddenly shrouded with a dense aura of death overflowing from his body. Of the 3 summoning techniques of the Grand Magus realm, Han Shoror had already grasped 2 of them. He could skillfully summon both the old Fei and the mummy lord. Only the bone demon summoning technique, due to his lack of understanding of the bone demon's body structure and habits, Han Shoror was temporarily unable to successfully summon it into this world. After an order was issued, the mummy lord unwillingly brandished the corpse ribbons that had been wrapped around its body for who knows how many years. It moved its body in front of Han Shoror according to Han Shoror's command. Nodding his head, Han Shoror knew that he had completely grasped the mummy lord's summoning technique. With a wave of the white bone staff in his hand, the mummy lord returned to the necromancy paradise under Han Shoror's incantation. Putting away the white bone staff, Han Shoror took out the white bone staff he had obtained from the cemetery of death. After fiddling with the white bone staff for a while, Han Shoror hesitated for a moment and decided to use the skeletal staff to summon the old Fei and the mummy lord. This skeletal staff wasn't quite the same as the white bone staff. Chanting the necromancy summoning technique while holding the skeletal staff could often double the power of the summoning technique. Han Shoror could only save some mental strength by holding the white bone staff, but he was unable to summon the 2 old Fei to the profound continent. However, if he chanted the necromancy incantation through the skeletal staff, he should be able to instantly search for the 2 old Fei. Han Shoror had the experience of using the skeletal staff to summon an evil knight. He believed that the old Fei would be the same as summoning an evil knight, and could also summon 2 old Fei in an instant. Han Shoror hesitated for a while, then began to chant the necromancy incantation to summon the old Fei demon. When Han Shoror's incantation connected to the necromancy paradise and the syllables were chanting to search for the old Fei demon, Han Shoror's spiritual world suddenly sensed 2 distant targets. These 2 targets were both old Fei demons. However, the distance between the 2 old Fei demons was incomparably far. In a split second, the 2 old Fei demons simultaneously sensed the existence of Han Shoror. That aura that threatened their freedom poured into their souls, causing the 2 old Fei demons to instinctively struggle. Han Shoror was terrified. He first focused his mental strength on one old Fei demon to suppress it. As the other old Fei demon was too far away, Han Shoror's mental strength couldn't focus on it at the same time. He was somewhat dizzy from the other old Fei demon's frantic resistance. It was precisely because of this that Han Shoror's suppression became somewhat strenuous. At this moment, Han Shoror realized that he had overlooked a crucial problem. The temperament of the old Fei demons was vastly different from that of the evil knights. Although the evil knights were similarly high-ranked undead creatures, they were extremely numerous in the netherworld. In addition, the evil knights were considered to prefer to live in groups. When Han Shoror used the skeletal staff to summon the evil knights, he would often find 2 or 3 evil knights at the same location and summon them to the profound continent. However, the old Fei demons, which were even higher-ranked existences, weren't as common in the netherworld as the evil knights. In addition, the old Fei demons, which were such high-ranked existences, all lived in one area and became the master of that area. Basically, it was very rare for 2 old Fei demons to live together in the same area. Han Shoror had overlooked this point. When the skeletal staff's incantation was launched, it immediately sensed the 2 old Fei demons that were separated by thousands of miles. As the distance between the 2 old Fei demons was too great, Han Shoror simply couldn't attend to both of them at the same time. The old Fei demons were undead creatures with extremely powerful souls. When Han Shoror focused on one of them, the other old Fey demon suddenly rose in revolt, causing Han Shoror's mental strength to be somewhat unable to suppress it. This scene really happened too quickly. The time it took for the necromancy summoning to end was too short. Because Han Shoror hadn't anticipated the current situation, he simply didn't have a way to deal with it in a short period of time. When the two old Fey demons sensed that Han Shoror's mental strength was somewhat chaotic, they even more frantically rose in revolt. His mind suddenly felt a sharp pain. In a daze, Han Shoror's consciousness was somewhat scattered. He felt that he had instead become a strand of a peculiar existence. Guided by the souls of the two old Fey demons, he passed through the space-time tunnel and descended into the unknown undead world. Han Shoror had experienced the same experience once. When it happened a second time, Han Shoror immediately reacted. His mental strength tightly wrapped around that strand of consciousness, preventing it from being invaded by the harmful substances of the space-time tunnel. He couldn't help but descend into that deathly still and mysterious world. In a world that seemed to be eternally grey, white, and black, a thick layer of grey clouds covered the horizon. This was a deathly still forest filled with swamps and withered trees. Those withered trees seemed to have experienced the merciless metamorphosis of tens of thousands of years. They had long since lost a trace of moisture and nutrients. Greyish-white spider webs hung on the tree trunks. One after another, bizarre miniature undead creatures were wriggling on the spider webs. In the swamps that covered the ground, the aura of death pervaded everywhere. Strange bubbles gurgled from within the swamps. From time to time, one or two zombies would stiffly crawl out from the swamps, aimlessly wandering around the empty and silent netherworld. The netherworld paradise was the home of the undead. The eternal aura of death had always been tirelessly nurturing all kinds of undead creatures. After every undead creature disappeared, the aura of death on their bodies would return to this world. After experiencing thousands of years of bizarre evolution, they would once again become other undead creatures. Han Shoror's consciousness gradually recovered. Slowly, Han Shoror looked around the deathly still scene that covered the swamps. During this process, Han Shoror tried to absorb the aura of death from the cemetery of death, condensing a corporeal body for himself. However, Han Shoror's entire body was floating in the air. Suddenly, Han Shoror sensed the existence of Little Skull and the others. God knows how far away from here, Han Shoror could clearly sense the existence of Little Skull, the Earth Elite zombie, and the others. However, he could only sense the aura of the three evil knights that he had refined later on. Howl. Lowly existence, you trespassed into my world without permission. I want you to suffer the burning of my wrath. Suddenly, an incomparably angry and shrill voice sounded in Han Shoror's ears. This roar was filled with anger, giving Han Shoror a big fright. Using his consciousness, Han Shoror discovered a shadow rapidly approaching from the left. Han Shoror focused his attention and discovered that it was actually one of the old Fey demons that he had just tried to summon. Surrounding this old Fey demon were hundreds of low-ranked undead creatures. Among them were ghouls, skeletal warriors, zombies, and even 3 hate demons. It seemed that this old Fey demon should be the overlord of this place. He still remembered the aura on Han Shoror's body. When he suddenly discovered that Han Shoror's soul had appeared in his territory, this old Fey demon suddenly flew into a violent rage. He immediately followed the aura on Han Shoror's body that he had just sensed and rushed towards Han Shoror at top speed. In the netherworld, the old Fey demon's strength could be displayed to the fullest. The rich aura of death everywhere could provide him with sufficient energy. However, Han Shoror's consciousness had entered this space. Without a physical body, his demonic arts could not be put to use. He could only use his consciousness and necromancy magic to attack. Seeing that the old Fey demon was ferociously rushing over, its sharp claws that could tear through iron and stone, Han Shoror's consciousness suddenly locked onto the old Fey demon's body and released a soul tremor magic. Bang! In midair, the old Fey demon's soul felt as if it had been bombarded by a heavy hammer. The sharp pain instantly spread to the depths of its soul. Without waiting for the old Fey demon to react, bone spears rained down from the sky, causing the old Fey demon to stagger and dodge. This was followed by another soul tremor magic, instantly stunning the old Fey demon. However, the soul of an old Fey demon that had sufficient aura of death in this other world was also very powerful. Although the mental attack of Han Shuor's soul tremor could bring great harm to the old Fey demon, it was unable to truly kill it. In addition, the bone spears could only leave a few white scars on the old Fey demon's body and were unable to pierce through this high-ranked undead creature. In a place like this, Han Shuor's mental strength was not limitless. If this situation continued, there would come a time when Han Shuor's mental strength would be exhausted. At that time, the old Fey demon would no longer be under Han Shuor's control. This kind of high-level old Fey demon would certainly be able to destroy Han Shuor's soul, which had traversed an immeasurable distance to arrive at this place. After a row of bone spears and soul tremor magic, a bone prison suddenly formed, temporarily imprisoning the old Fey demon inside. Han Shuor saw that the old Fey demon hadn't reacted to the soul tremor magic and didn't continue to stay in this area. His formless body quickly flew far away, like an ordinary resentful spirit drifting in the netherworld. In the dusky sky of the netherworld, resentful spirits often floated past. These resentful spirits only had the simplest consciousness and would often become the food of higher-ranked undead creatures. They were also the nutrients that Han Shuor used to refine some magical creatures. Han Shuor didn't expect that there would be a day when he arrived in the netherworld and that resentful spirits would actually rush over to besiege him. 5 misty white resentful spirits suddenly surrounded Han Shuor. These 5 resentful spirits sensed that Han Shuor's aura was different from theirs. It was as if they regarded Han Shuor as a different species and tried to attack Han Shuor. The formless Han Shuor looked at the 5 resentful spirits coming over. From their simple consciousness, he could sense that the 5 resentful spirits were coming over. Han Shuor only mobilized a very small portion of his mental strength and released the soul tremor magic. The 5 resentful spirits all turned into grey smoke with a pu sound, turning into a deathly aura and returning to the earth. The rows of resentful spirits further away sensed the powerful energy that instantly erupted from Han Shuor's body and immediately classified Han Shuor as a higher-ranked undead creature. Each and every one of them avoided Han Shuor from afar. Not a single resentful spirit dared to approach Han Shuor anymore. On the peak of a towering dead mountain, who knew how far away from Han Shuor was a majestic undead palace. Within a tall palace with a strict hierarchy, on the highest flight of stairs, Little Skull sat upright on an incomparably huge throne covered in spikes. Beside Little Skull were the earth, fire, and wood elite zombies, as well as a somewhat timid water elite zombie. Extending below Little Skull's feet were 6 evil knights and 2 bone devils, including the mummy lord that Han Shuor had subdued last time. They all knelt on one knee and lowered their heads to face Little Skull. On the ice-cold walls of the palace, the flying bone devil that Little Skull had modified hung upside down in a corner. Many gargoyles curled up their bodies and remained motionless. Behind the evil knights were a few numb hate warriors and zombie warriors. They were like dutiful guards, standing ramrod straight with unwavering loyalty, as if they were ready to serve the little skeleton at any time. "My lord, why do you have to leave?" the mummy lord that he had subdued last time asked humbly with his head lowered. "You all, look after this place well. I will return soon." Little Skull did not reply. He only gave an order as a superior. The powerful existence of the Eastern Dead Sea might come soon. "You all guard this place well. Do not attack anyone when I am not here." "Yes, my lord." The higher-ranked undead creatures below all answered respectfully. Facing Little Skull, who was even more ferocious than them, they, who were originally overlords of a region, had no choice but to lower their proud heads. "Retreat and guard your respective territories." Little Skull's dignified consciousness was conveyed. Apart from the 3 evil knights that had been refined by Han Shuor's demonic arts, the other evil knights and mummy lords all obeyed his orders and retreated. "Father is coming. This world is a bit different from the material world. Without a physical body, Father might encounter danger. I must go and protect him," Little Skull said to the Earth Elite zombie and the others after the subordinates had retreated. "We'll go too." The Earth Elite zombie rubbed his head and said naively, "We also want to see Father in this world." "No, You all stay here and look after our home. Those subordinates don't have the strength to protect the safety of this place. I can only trust you all, because we all have the same bloodline. Little Skull instructed and said, "Don't worry. After I find father, I will bring him back." As soon as he finished speaking, the flying bone devil that was hanging upside down on the palace suddenly spread its wings and soared in front of Little Skull. The 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back shook and shot at the bone devil that he had modified. The huge bone devil's wings, which were connected by rotten flesh, flapped and carried Little Skull away from the lofty peak of the dead mountain. Chapter 384. The boundless netherworld was always grey, always monotonous in colour. There were all kinds of undead creatures, fighting and killing each other endlessly. There was no sign of life. There was no alternation of day and night, no concept of time, only deathly stillness and desolation. Above the barren land and grey sky, the undead creatures followed their ancient beliefs and fought tirelessly for a vaster territory. However, they did not know the purpose of all this. Han-Shor followed his connection with the Little Skull and floated in the direction of the Little Skull. Since there was no concept of time, Han-Shor did not know how long he had been in this world. As he walked in the direction of the Little Skull, Han-Shor encountered all kinds of undead creatures along the way. Many of these undead creatures had extended their sharp claws and fangs at Han-Shor in an attempt to devour the weak and small Han-Shor. Low-level undead creatures would often be destroyed by Han-Shor's soul tremor magic that could directly impact the soul. As for the higher-level undead creatures, Han-Shor's consciousness could sense their existence. Through this, Han-Shor could determine the strength of these undead creatures. He would take the initiative to avoid these ancient undead creatures, detour around their territory, and continue in the direction of the Little Skull. After what seemed like a few days, Han-Shor sensed that the Little Skull was getting closer and closer to him. Based on the connection between the two, he knew that the Little Skull was rushing in his direction. This made Han-Shor feel a little touched. He was touched that the Little Skull had come all the way here to find him without any orders. In the netherworld where the aura of death was incomparably dense, Han-Shor, who was only in the form of a ghost, had been constantly refining his consciousness. He tried to use the power of his demonic consciousness to manipulate the aura of death in this world. Gradually, Han-Shor even began to grasp some insights. Demonic cultivators had the reputation of being immortal as long as their consciousness was indestructible. After reaching the separate demon realm, the soul would become a consciousness, possessing many special uses. Even if the physical body of a demonic cultivator was destroyed, as long as the consciousness was strong enough to attach to another body, they could use the new body to cultivate demonic arts again. After spending 100 years, they could recover to their original state. After escaping into this strange world, on one hand, Han-Shor was looking for a way to return to the profound continent. On the other hand, he was using this strand of consciousness to find a way to increase his strength. Before he could find a way to return to the profound continent, Han-Shor first needed to ensure that he could survive in this strange world. Slowly, Han-Shor discovered that his consciousness had a miraculous ability to sense the aura of death. As Han-Shor explored, Han-Shor discovered that he could completely absorb and manipulate the aura of death that existed everywhere in this world. He could even condense the aura of death into sharp weapons to attack those undead creatures that had ill intentions towards him. In the beginning, Han-Shor could only condense the aura of death into the form of arrows. Using Han-Shor's consciousness to activate the arrows, they could only pose a threat to some low-level skeletal warriors and zombies. They were even inferior to a simple bone arrow magic. As Han-Shor's consciousness gradually drew upon the aura of death, Han-Shor discovered that as long as he was given enough time, he could completely condense his consciousness into powerful attacks. The strength of those attacks could even surpass the soul tremor that Han-Shor deployed. After a few more days, Han-Shor gradually discovered that condensing the aura of death with his consciousness could produce even more wondrous uses. Han-Shor even tried to use some high-quality skeletons to condense a dense, crystal-like aura of death within the bones, forging a skeleton body that was as white as jade for himself. This pure white skeleton contained the aura of death condensed by Han Shuor's consciousness. Under the relentless compression of Han Shuor's consciousness, the aura of death condensed into crystal-like spots hidden within the bones. However, the quality of the bones that came from ordinary skeletal warriors really wasn't that great. When Han Shuor tried to condense more aura of death within them, the bones couldn't withstand it and exploded. Han Shuor's use of this sparkling and translucent skeleton really did frighten many undead creatures that tried to attack him. Even a few high-level evil knights retreated in fear when they saw Han Shuor's enormous skeleton flickering with brilliant white light. The evil knights obviously thought that Han Shuor's jade-like skeleton was the Skeleton King, the apex of the undead creature food chain. The Skeleton King was an apex existence just like the bone dragons. The Skeleton King's body contained an incomparably dense aura of death and possessed terrifying strength. Weak undead creatures were simply no match for it. However, Han Shuor knew that this skeleton body condensed purely from the aura of death absolutely couldn't be compared to the Skeleton King's body. Even the bones of a bone demon were much weaker. However, Han Shuor wasn't discouraged. While searching for a way to return to Profound Continent, he continued to silently study the application of his consciousness in this world. He could feel that the distance between him and the little skull was getting closer and closer. When Han Shuor passed by a desolate mountain with a dense aura of death lingering around it, his consciousness suddenly sensed several powerful presences. These presences were abnormally chaotic and unstable, as though a great battle was going on. There were many low-level undead creatures on the outskirts. These undead creatures were fighting each other, obviously from different camps. Looking at the desolate mountain valley from afar, there were clouds of dense blue gas amidst the dense aura of death. The blue gas rose in spirals and slowly spread out from the valley. Some of the low-level undead creatures that were fighting extended their necks to suck in the blue gas, as though it was a delicious feast. In this desolate netherworld, there were very few colors other than gray, white, and black. It had been a few days since Han Shuor entered this world, but this was the first time he saw the existence of blue. This caused Han Shuor to be flabbergasted. Looking at the raging battle in Tarnai and sensing the killing between the presences, Han Shuor was somewhat puzzled about the scene inside. While Han Shuor was puzzled, the dense blue gas slowly spread to the area where Han Shuor was located. The strands of blue gaseous substance submerged into Han Shuor's consciousness. His consciousness, which had consumed a lot of mental power, seemed to have been replenished and recovered bit by bit. Han Shuor was pleasantly surprised. Originally, he was just passively letting the dense blue gas seep in. However, when Han Shuor sensed the benefits of the blue gas to the mental power inside his consciousness, he immediately began to operate his consciousness. Little by little, he analyzed the blue gas lingering around Tarnai and used the power of his consciousness to slowly pull and absorb it. During this period of time, Han Shuor had been studying how to use the power of his consciousness to manipulate the ubiquitous deathly energy of the undead world. Regarding this blue gas, which was completely different in nature but had the same characteristics of the undead world's aura, Han Shuor very quickly figured out the trick to absorbing it. When Han Shuor's consciousness was operating at full strength, a large portion of the deathly energy that pervaded from the center of the valley was pulled by Han Shuor's consciousness and slowly submerged into Han Shuor's consciousness. Han Shuor had consumed a lot of mental power. Following the innumerable strands of blue gas, he recovered little by little. The numerous undead creatures on the outskirts of the valley were still fighting fiercely. Broken bones and rotten flesh were everywhere on the grey earth. Under the orders of their respective masters, these low-ranked undead creatures fought with all their might. Midway, they didn't forget to greedily absorb the wisps of dense blue gas that drifted and dispersed. After a short while, Han Shuor used his consciousness to absorb a lot of blue gas. His mental power had recovered to 80% of what it was when he came. There was no longer any dense blue gas spreading from the center of the valley. The blue gas further away was either absorbed by the numerous undead creatures or disappeared between heaven and earth. Han Shuor, in the form of a pure white skeleton, stood in an area extremely far away from the valley. After hesitating for a while, he suddenly walked towards the center of the valley. At the same time, Han Shoror sensed that the little skull was getting closer and closer. There was definitely something mysterious in the center of the valley. Han Shoror could sense it from the dense blue gas that was spreading out. Things that could increase one's mental strength were rarely heard of in the profound continent. Han Shoror didn't expect that there would be such a special thing in this strange and desolate world. What made Han Shoror even more apprehensive was that when the dense blue gas was absorbed by Han Shoror's consciousness, there was actually a vague sense of familiarity. At first, Han Shoror didn't react. It was only when the dense blue gas stopped spreading from Tanai and Han Shoror stopped absorbing that Han Shoror reacted. It seemed that when Han Shoror absorbed some kind of special energy at the bottom of the cemetery of death that greatly increased his mental strength, the energy he absorbed seemed to be somewhat similar to when he absorbed the dense blue gas. However, the energy last time was incomparably enormous, directly allowing Han Shoror to possess the mental strength of a Grand Magus. Although the dense blue gas he just absorbed was far inferior to the energy last time, its aura was indeed somewhat similar. I wonder what exactly is in the valley that can emit such a bizarre blue gas. It was precisely with such doubts in mind that although Han Shoror had sensed a few undead creatures that could threaten his existence in Tanai, he still decided to rush in to take a look. Perhaps he would be able to dispel some of his doubts in the valley. A skeleton that was as white as jade, slightly taller than the average skeletal warrior, about 1.8 meters tall, was heading towards the source of the battle. Along the way, many low-level skeletal warriors and zombies immediately split off to attack Han Shoror's condensed body when they saw enemies of different camps approaching. Along the way, Han Shoror's consciousness began to condense the aura of death. When those skeletal warriors and zombie warriors surrounded him, a crescent-shaped, grayish-white beam of light condensed from the aura of death suddenly shot out from the front of his tall skeleton. The first dozen or so skeletal warriors and zombie warriors that surrounded him were hit by the beam of light condensed from the aura of death. Their frail souls couldn't withstand it and collapsed one after another. With a burst of creaking sounds, the skeletal warriors' bones fell apart one by one, while the zombie warriors also became a pile of rotten flesh and fell down. A beam of light condensed from the aura of death flashed, and a dozen or so skeletal warriors and zombie warriors fell down. Another group of skeletal warriors and zombie warriors that had originally planned to come over paused for a moment. Then, under the powerful force that Han Shoror deliberately released, they discovered that this skeletal warrior was even taller and its bones were even more sparkling and translucent. It was not quite the same as their bodies. Many of these low-level undead creatures had never seen what a skeleton king looked like. However, from the moment they were born, their souls had the imprint of this high-level undead creature. When they carefully looked at the body that Han Shoror had condensed, they mistakenly thought that Han Shoror was a skeleton king at the top of the undead creature food chain. A path suddenly automatically opened up. These undead creatures were still fighting each other, but none of them intercepted Han Shoror, as if they were ignoring Han Shoror's existence. However, Han Shoror knew that this was a kind of instinctive submission to high-level undead creatures. The path that automatically opened up led straight to the depths of the valley. These low-level undead creatures knew that Han Shoror's goal was the depths of the valley, so they naturally opened up a path for him. Clang! Clang! Han Shoror's consciousness drove this condensed skeleton body and walked step by step towards the valley. The surrounding undead creatures were still in full swing, and there was no longer a single low-level undead creature intercepting Han Shoror. In the center of the valley, those formidable undead existences were still fighting each other. Han Shoror could sense their strength. As he gradually ventured deeper, Han Shoror gradually slowed down his pace. He began to carefully observe the situation around him, preparing to leave as soon as possible if the situation was unfavorable for him. There were even more undead creatures fighting in the surroundings. There were many hate warriors and a few evil knights mixed in. Han Shoror knew that he was close to his target. Han Shoror deliberately released a tough stance and passed through these higher-level undead creatures, finally entering the center of the valley. What first reflected in Han Shoror's eyes was a pitch-black spring. A malevolent plant was floating in the middle of the spring. It had many branches and looked somewhat frightening, like a man-eating flower that displayed its evil beauty to its heart's content. Tens of thousands of withered branches and leaves held up a cloud of blue smoke. Within the blue smoke was a teardrop the size of an eyeball, like a sapphire that burst forth with a resplendent and bizarre luster. Chapter 385. In this world of monotonous colors, Han Shoror was stunned to see such a bright color. In the center of the pitch-black spring, there was a malevolent plant. Its withered branches and leaves were lush and grotesque, supporting a mass of blue smoke that curled around a hazy blue cloud. Within it, there was a sapphire-like resplendent teardrop that circulated with a dazzling radiance. It was certain that the blue smoke that had just spread out from Tanai should have come from the frightening plant in the center of the spring. The beautiful blue smoke curling up in spirals was enough to prove this fact. From Han Shoror's point of view, he could clearly see that the masses of misty blue smoke were flowing out from the teardrop-like liquid in the center of the spring. The pitch-black spring was filled with a deathly stillness and desolation. This kind of strange spring would always nurture malevolent undead creatures and plants. There would never be any friendly existences. Han Shoror carefully observed for a moment and discovered that there were many black seaweed-like plants floating in the spring. These plants were one with the spring water, their tentacle-like streamers extending along the swaying spring water, seeming to want to grab something and pull it into the bottom of the spring. After taking in the panoramic view of the scene in the center of the valley, Han Shoror's gaze began to wander around the spring. Only then did he notice the few undead creatures that were still fighting around the spring water. A mummy lord, a drifting spectre, and a 5 to 6 meter tall knight riding a flaming horse and wielding a broadsword. These three high-ranked undead creatures surrounded the center of the spring and fought fiercely. Han Shoror only swept a glance before focusing his attention on the huge knight riding the flaming horse. This huge knight wielded a huge, rusty broadsword that was about 2 meters long and was filled with a dense aura of rotting corpses. His appearance was somewhat similar to the evil knight, but his arms, knees, and shoulders had barbs that were connected to his body. He was also much taller than the evil knight. Han Shoror had some impression of this huge knight. A long time ago, when the little skull was still not very powerful, Han Shoror had received a distress message from the little skull. At that time, Han Shoror had anxiously summoned the little skull to the profound continent. However, due to the power of the contract, Han Shoror could faintly see the powerful undead creature that was chasing after the little skull. That powerful undead creature was this huge knight. This strange knight was able to force the little skull to escape from the other dimension, so its strength was naturally very valiant. Han Shoror had never thought that he would encounter this powerful undead creature in the other dimension. The mummy lord and the drifting spectre were obviously working together to deal with this huge knight. Han Shoror was very familiar with the mummy lord, but the drifting spectre was somewhat unfamiliar to Han Shoror. What made Han Shoror feel incomparably astonished was that the mummy lord's huge body was carrying a grayish-white sarcophagus. The sarcophagus was just big enough to fit his body. This mummy lord was obviously using the sarcophagus as a weapon. He was able to skillfully manipulate the sarcophagus to deal with his enemies. Most of the terrifying knight's 2-meter-long broadsword's attacks were blocked by the sarcophagus. As for the drifting spectre, Han Shoror did not know what kind of undead creature it was. However, from this spectre, Han Shoror could sense the most common aura of wraiths that existed in the netherworld. However, the aura of this spectre was thousands of times stronger than that of wraiths. This drifting spectre had been hiding behind the mummy lord. He was like a mage from the profound continent, using mysterious spells to attack the huge knight. Waves of grey shockwaves shot out from the direction of the spectre and attacked the huge knight's body. Under Han Shoror's attentive gaze, the knight's 2-meter rusty broadsword fiercely stabbed forward. The mummy lord swung the carrion belt in his hand, and the floating sarcophagus above his head collided with the broadsword. At this moment, the knight's broadsword landed on the sarcophagus with a terrifying sound, and the sarcophagus suddenly flew up into the sky. The knight took advantage of this opportunity to urge the flaming horse to charge towards the mummy lord. The flaming horse beneath him suddenly sprayed out a scorching flame, rolling towards the mummy lord. The mummy lord was clearly somewhat flustered. The sarcophagus flying above his head obviously could not be quickly mobilized. At this moment, the spectre behind him suddenly transmitted a bizarre soul fluctuation. Thousands of wraiths suddenly swam out from the spectre's body, arranging themselves in a neat square formation in front of the flame aura. They forcibly submerged the flames of the flaming horse and the numerous wraiths. The spectre blocked the flaming horse's flame aura, and the sarcophagus flying into the sky was caught by the mummy lord, just in time to block the evil knight's next broadsword attack. The three undead creatures immediately started fighting again, tangled together, with no clear winner or loser to be determined. Around Han Shuror, the lower-ranked undead creatures were still fighting fiercely. These undead creatures could clearly feel the powerful aura on Han Shuror's body, and all of them completely ignored Han Shuror's existence. This allowed Han Shuror to watch the battle without worry, taking in the entirety of the battle between the three strange undead creatures. Han Shuror stared at the spectre for a long time, and suddenly understood. To be able to control so many wraiths and still have the aura of wraiths on its body, this spectre was definitely a high-ranked undead creature that had evolved from wraiths. That especially strange giant knight was very likely to have evolved from an evil knight. In the Netherworld, which had a strict hierarchy, high-level creatures generally possessed extremely high combat strength. However, this wasn't absolute. Low-level undead creatures also had the possibility of becoming high-level undead creatures through evolution. For example, a skeleton king that was as powerful as a bone dragon was mostly born by chance and coincidence. However, there were also skeleton kings that were formed from the lowest level of skeletons that had undergone countless evolutions. Although this probability was extremely small, it still existed. In the Netherworld, souls could mutually devour each other. If a low-ranked undead creature could devour the soul of a powerful bone dragon, it would be able to greatly advance by a few stages. However, this probability was extremely low. Generally, weak undead creatures would only instinctively submit and flee when faced with an existence that was a level higher than them. They absolutely wouldn't dare to attack unless they had a master. Under the master's command, they would only attack without regard for their own lives. However, even if they attacked, when faced with an even stronger undead creature that was a level higher than them, there was absolutely no chance of them surviving. They would definitely be killed by an existence that was a level higher than them, not to mention devouring the soul energy of a higher level. Those low-ranked undead creatures that could evolve, for the most part, happened to encounter a higher-ranked undead creature that was about to be killed by a stronger existence. When the stronger existence wasn't around, they took advantage of the situation and devoured the soul energy of a higher-ranked undead creature. For example, a powerful bone dragon could kill or seriously injure a group of hate creatures with a single breath. To a bone dragon, the soul energy of a low-ranked undead creature like a hate creature was simply uninteresting to them. If there was a zombie or skeleton warrior in the vicinity after the bone dragon left, they could take advantage of the situation and devour the soul of a high-ranked hate creature. When this extremely low probability of happening repeatedly to a low-ranked undead creature, the low-ranked existence that devoured the souls of many high-ranked undead creatures would gradually evolve into a high-ranked undead creature that transcended the restrictions of birth. This wisp of soul was perhaps this extremely astonishing luck. Han Shuror watched as the wisp of soul and the mummy joined hands to resist the knight's attack. He then looked at the drop of sapphire liquid that contained a strange energy held by the sinister plant's 1,000 hands in the center of the mountain spring. His heart was indecisive as he didn't know if he should take advantage of this opportunity to make his move. It seemed that these three powerful undead creatures were also preparing to fight over the drop of liquid in the center of the mountain spring. The enormous knight's strength was incomparably astonishing. Han Shuror's condensed body of a fake skeleton king shouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from the knight's broadsword. In addition, the wisp of soul and the mummy lord weren't benevolent creatures. Han Shuror didn't have the confidence to deal with them without his main body. However, the sapphire-like liquid in the center of the mountain spring let Han Shuror know that it could increase mental strength. This kind of good thing had never been heard of in the profound continent. Having finally arrived at this place with great difficulty, the greed in Han Shuror's heart couldn't be contained. Just as Han Shoror was hesitating again and again, Han Shoror sensed that the little skull was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, the knight that was chasing after the Mummy Lord and the Wisp of Soul became extremely irritable. After a series of frenzied attacks with no results, the knight suddenly gave up and urged the flaming horse to charge straight towards the plant in the center of the mountain spring. The Mummy Lord and the Wisp of Soul paused for a moment, then hastily attacked the knight. The Mummy Lord's sarcophagus fell towards the knight with a loud bang, while the Wisp of Soul released thousands of wraiths that charged towards the knight. The enormous knight's rusty broadsword swept across, and a rotting aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas rippled out. The thousands of wraiths suddenly turned into ashes and smoke, and the sarcophagus was smashed into the air by his fist. Afterwards, a dignified consciousness spread out from the enormous knight's body. You two despicable and cowardly existences. That fellow from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Temple is coming. You two and I will kill him together. The serene luster gem in the dead water belongs to you. I only want that fellow's soul force. How about it? When the Mummy Lord and the Wisp of Soul saw that the evil knight had given up and transmitted such a consciousness, they were clearly a bit flustered. The two fellows communicated with each other for a moment, and then the Wisp of Soul transmitted a faint consciousness. All right, the three of us will make a vow together to abide by this agreement. Han Shoror watched the three powerful undead creatures communicate from afar. From their conversation, Han Shoror understood that the enormous knight had sensed the existence of the little skull. Their tone indicated that they were afraid of the little skull. Han Shoror didn't think that in this netherworld, the little skull from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Temple would actually have such great power. The enormous knight, the Mummy Lord, and the Wisp of Soul had decided to join hands because they were apprehensive of the little skull's existence. The fact that the three of them dared to stay behind to deal with the little skull showed that they had some confidence in themselves. Han Shoror, who had been watching from afar for a while, thought for a moment, then walked out from the group of low-level undead creatures. Me too. Count me in. Han Shoror transmitted a message through his consciousness, expressing his opinion to the three undead creatures. At the beginning, Han Shoror was just standing together with a group of low-level undead creatures on the outskirts of the valley. Han Shoror, who had been deliberately hiding, watched for a long time. The three undead creatures that had been fighting didn't notice Han Shoror. When Han Shoror slowly walked out from afar, it immediately caused the three undead creatures to panic. The three undead creatures were clearly panicking at first, frightened by Han Shoror's skeleton king form. However, these three powerful undead creatures were different from the low-level undead creatures that had given way to Han Shoror. They could feel from Han Shoror's aura that was completely different from the skeleton king's. Moreover, Han Shoror's aura wasn't as frightening as the skeleton king's. After being startled, the huge knight reacted and transmitted a message to Han Shoror. Cowardly peeper, what can you pay? What do you want? I want a third of the serene luster gems. I can help you deal with that guy together. Han Shoror transmitted a message through his consciousness. That depends on whether you have the strength or not. The knight impatiently transmitted a message and urged the flaming horse to charge at Han Shoror. Rotting aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas spread out from his body, converging on the broadsword as it pierced towards Han Shoror. Han Shoror was startled and hastily chanted an incantation. On one hand, he let the dense bone spears attack the 5-meter-tall giant knight. On the other hand, his consciousness quickly condensed a dense aura of death, forming a huge long blade that smashed towards the charging knight. The dense bone spears landed on the body of the giant knight, but only made clanking sounds. They weren't able to harm this terrifying knight. Only the long blade that was condensed from the dense aura of death that smashed onto the knight's broadsword was able to obstruct his charge. Just as the knight dodged the dense bone spears and was about to charge in front of Han Shoror, he suddenly reined in his horse and turned his head to look at the spectre and the Mummy Lord, transmitting, he has the qualifications to share a third of the serene luster gems. Do the two of you have any objections? The fellow from the 10,000-meter Death Mountain Hall is extremely frightening. There will be more hope if we add a helper. The two undead creatures hesitated for a moment. After weighing the terrifying deterrence of the little skull and the benefits of the serene luster gems, they finally agreed to the giant knight's suggestion. It could be said that they classified Han Shor as an ally. Chapter 386. As soon as the three undead creatures agreed to Han Shor's participation, Han Shor immediately began to communicate with the little skull. Due to the close distance, Han Shor was able to easily convey his thoughts to the little skull. The little skull quickly flew over on the Bone Devil and very cleverly understood Han Shor's intentions. Once the three undead creatures saw that Han Shor had agreed, they didn't make a move on the serene luster gems in the spring water. Each and every one of them spread out in front of the spring water, causing the low-level undead creatures that were still fiercely fighting to stop and gradually encircle them. The two evil knights on the periphery slowly approached the huge knight wielding the 2-meter broadsword. There were also a few abominations standing in front of the spectre and the mummy lord, completely guarding the area. They planned to kill the little skull on the spot. Gradually, an ear-piercing whistling sound came from afar. Under the dusky sky, a huge shadow slowly approached. The wings connected by the mutated Bone Devil were 5 to 6 meters long when fully extended. In addition to the frightening bone spikes all over its body, this Bone Devil that could fly had a very strong deterrent force. On the back of the flying Bone Devil, more than 10 sparkling and translucent white bones were gathered together to form a cushion. The little skull on top was holding onto a slender and sharp bone spike. Its purple demon eye shone brightly, and its small body emitted a terrifying might. The huge knight pointed the 2-meter rusty broadsword at the little skull that was flying over on the Bone Devil. Its angry consciousness spread out. This time, you won't be able to escape. The current you is no longer my opponent. Surrender to me, and I'll spare your soul. When the little skull arrived, it stood proudly in the air. Riding the Bone Devil, it looked down and conveyed its dignified consciousness. Don't even think about it. I'd rather have my soul obliterated than become your slave. The knight bellowed and ordered the surrounding undead creatures that had surrendered to him, kill this damned skeleton for me. At the same time that the knight shouted, the mummy lord and the spectre simultaneously gave their subordinates the order to attack. Hundreds and thousands of undead creatures rushed towards the little skeleton riding the bone demon like a swarm of locusts. Among them, the flying gargoyles formed an attacking formation and charged at Little Skull fearlessly. Looking down at the little skull that was charging at him with all kinds of low-level undead creatures, his purple demon eye suddenly circulated with a purple halo. Waves of ripples slowly extended from his purple demon eye, with the little skull as the center, gradually covering the distance. The entire space was filled with an evil and dignified aura. The low-level undead creatures that had rushed over suddenly froze on the spot when they felt the waves of strange aura. It was as if they had forgotten to attack the little skeleton. Even the groups of gargoyles that had been charging fearlessly at the little skeleton had circled around the little skeleton and gone far away. Lowly and weak existences, back down. A stiff and dignified consciousness suddenly came from the little skull's body and spread in all directions. The low-level undead creatures that were covered by the purple light of the purple demon eye were suddenly stunned. They hesitated for a moment, as though they were afraid of the might of the little skull. They actually didn't follow the knight and the mummy lord's orders to throw away their lives and automatically opened up a path. However, the two evil knights seemed to be barely able to resist the corrosion of the purple demon eye's strong light on their consciousness. After being stunned for a long time, they unexpectedly rushed towards the little skull again. Halfway through, the two evil knights casually picked up a few skeleton warriors beside them, dismantled their bones, and shot them at the little skull who was riding the Bone Devil in the sky. Pa! 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 Before the bone spikes could get close to the little skull swept the extremely long bone spike in his hand, and an earth-shattering aura of death surged forth. The bone spikes that were shooting towards him all exploded in the air. The little skull didn't seem to care about the two evil knights at all. He continued to look at the four undead creatures, including Han Shor, from afar, and transmitted his consciousness, if you don't submit, then your soul will disappear. The bone demon beneath him suddenly flew out, aiming straight for the 5-meter-tall knight. The 3-meter-long bone spear in Little Skeleton's hand was tightly gripped in Little Skeleton's hand. An enormous aura of death accompanied by a dense killing intent assaulted Little Skeleton's face. The Mummy Lord's sarcophagus was the first to be thrown, and it smashed towards the bone devil under the little skull. Once again, thousands of wraiths flew out of the ghost's body, and neatly arranged themselves to entangle with the little skull. The giant knight spurred his flaming horse forward, raising his head to look at the little skeleton whizzing towards him. The 2-meter-long broadsword flew out of his hand along with the momentum of his charge, chopping down at the little skeleton. That tremendous force contained an impressive momentum, appearing to be full of power. The knight pulled the spear back, and the spear absorbed the dense death aura around it like a sponge absorbing water. Then, the spear stabbed forward like lightning, and the knight's broadsword fell to the ground with a clang. The bone devil's wings, which were connected by the rotten corpses, flung the Mummy Lord's sarcophagus to the side. As for the wraiths that were attacked by the ghost, they were blocked by the purple light of the purple demon eye before they could even get close to the little skull. It was as if an invisible barrier had suddenly formed, and the hundreds of wraiths could not break through the barrier at all. Han Shoror cooperated and shot out 2 rows of bone spears. Similarly, the bone spears could not penetrate the invisible barrier formed by the purple light of the purple demon eye, and they fell from the sky one after another. This surprised Han Shoror. He couldn't figure out how the eye of the demon Dadara, who was worshipped by the forest troll, could have such a magical effect under the control of the little skull. Han Shoror's mental power was at the level of a grand magus, so the bone spears shot out were full of momentum. Although they could not pierce through some incomparably solid physical defenses, this kind of invisible barrier should be able to block the wraiths in the state of nothingness, but it should not be able to block the bone spears with full penetrating power. However, the truth was so inconceivable. Han Shoror gradually felt that the little skull was becoming more and more mysterious. The little skull blocked the attacks of the 4 creatures, including Han Shoror. The bone devil turned around and flew towards the Mummy Lord and the ghost. At this time, the knight who had just caught the falling broadsword was still some distance away from the Mummy Lord and the ghost, so he could not help them in time. Instead, it was Han Shoror who was approaching the Mummy Lord and the ghost. Seeing the ghost and the Mummy Lord's panicked state, Han Shoror took the initiative to send a message, "I'll help you." As soon as this message was sent by Han Shoror immediately rushed towards the Mummy Lord and the ghost. He had already prepared the soul tremor spell. He had already communicated with the little skull and was ready to wait for the little skull to attack the Mummy Lord. Then, he would take the opportunity to cast the soul tremor attack on the ghost. No matter the form of an undead creature, the soul was their most fundamental existence. This special ghost was the same. As long as it was caught off guard and got hit by Han Shoror's soul tremor, even if its soul was not destroyed, it would be severely injured. At that time, Han Shoror and the little skull could easily eliminate the ghost first. Then, with Han Shoror entangled with the Mummy Lord and the little skull killing the huge knight, the situation would be completely under their control. None of the 3 undead creatures would be able to escape from the hands of Han Shoror and the little skull. Han Shoror's wishful thinking was very good. If the situation really developed according to this plan, it would be very satisfactory. However, when Han Shoror's consciousness was firmly locked on the ghost and was ready to eliminate it at any time, his consciousness suddenly felt a slight fluctuation from the bottom of the dark spring. That fluctuation was very slight, as if it was accidentally leaked out due to the soul being overly excited. If not for the current realm of Han Shoror's consciousness, he might not have been able to detect that slight fluctuation. Within this slight fluctuation, there was an ancient aura. It was obvious that there was another powerful undead creature hiding at the bottom of the spring. This powerful undead creature was not detected by the surrounding knights, ghosts, and even the little skull, which was enough to prove its strength. Han Shoror's consciousness spun rapidly in the blink of an eye. He carefully and attentively sensed that inadvertently leaked aura. Suddenly, Han Shoror was shocked. In an instant, he connected that aura with a powerful undead creature recorded in necromancy books. In the netherworld, the strongest existence that necromancers knew of was the bone dragon. There was a bone dragon hiding at the bottom of the dark spring, and it was an extremely cunning bone dragon. The bone dragon had always been a domineering undead creature in the netherworld. Apart from some unknown and even more terrifying existences, the bone dragon, skeleton king, and zombie king were synonyms for the highest level of undead creatures. In the profound continent where Han Shuror was from, necromancers that could summon a bone dragon could only be a sacred magus necromancer. The bone dragon had always been synonymous with the strongest undead creatures. This bone dragon that had been hiding at the bottom of the spring had always concealed the aura on its body. However, it had let the serene luster crystal on its head overflow with an aura that attracted powerful undead creatures. One could well imagine what kind of thoughts it harbored. It seemed that the drop of serene luster crystal at the center of the dark spring had always been the bait that the bone dragon used to lure some powerful undead creatures. The enormous mummy Night Lord, as well as that wisp of spectre Han Shuror, had all fallen into the bone dragon's trap. If it wasn't for Han Shuror's consciousness suddenly sensing a slight fluctuation that was caused by the bone dragon's excitement, Han Shuror knew that the ultimate winner this time would be the bone dragon. Han Shuror, who was charging towards that wisp of spectre, suddenly communicated with Little Skull. He described everything that his consciousness had just sensed to Little Skull, and then asked Little Skull if he had the strength to defeat the bone dragon. "Father, I will definitely be able to slay the bone dragon in the future, but not now. I don't have the strength for the time being." Little Skull sent a message. On one hand, he explained that he had unlimited possibilities to evolve, and on the other hand, he stated the fact that he didn't have the strength for the time being. When he heard that the current Little Skull wasn't a match for the bone dragon, Han Shuror's mind quickly turned. As he charged towards the spectre, he immediately gave another order to Little Skull. The Mummy Lord's sarcophagus fiercely smashed towards Little Skull. That wisp of spectre drifted back erratically. It was unknown how he released magic, but the wraiths that floated out of his body suddenly condensed into a huge wraith's net, trapping towards Little Skull. Han Shuror released a white bone shield. The huge ferocious white bone shield suddenly blocked in front of the Mummy Lord, establishing a solid defense for the Mummy Lord and the wisp of spectre. With that, the Mummy Lord and spectre let out a sigh of relief, and continued to attack Little Skull with all their might. Little Skull, who was riding on the bone demon, was about to be wrapped up by the wraith's net cast by the wisp of spectre. However, the bone demon suddenly changed its direction and fell towards the direction of the dark spring. Then, before the undead creatures could react, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's back suddenly burst out, shooting towards the ferocious plant. The 3-meter-long javelin-like bone spur in his hand fiercely pierced into the center of the spring. A terrifying roar suddenly came from the bottom of the lifeless spring. The pitch-black spring water instantly boiled, setting off huge waves. The bone spear condensed with the surrounding surging death aura fiercely sank into the bottom of the boiling spring. It seemed to have pierced the extremely cunning bone dragon, causing the bone dragon to temporarily be unable to fly out from the bottom. At this moment, the 7 bone spurs on Little Skull's body shot towards the sinister and strange plant, completely cutting off the plant's roots. The serene luster crystal that was held up by thousands of withered branches and leaves began to emit faint blue smoke. The 7 bone spurs that had cut off the plant took the opportunity to hold up the serene luster crystal. In the blink of an eye, it flew into Little Skull's hand. The 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly flew out from underground and returned to Little Skeleton's hand like a bolt of lightning. Little Skeleton didn't even spare a glance at the rapidly boiling, pitch-black spring water as he commanded his bone devil to fly towards Han Shuror's location. "Sinister and despicable skeleton, I, Bone Dragon Zasika, will exterminate you." A huge roar came from underground. A huge bone dragon, whose entire body was made up of long bones that were like steel bars, suddenly rose from the spring. A powerful aura of death spread throughout the entire valley. The giant knights and the Mummy Lord Spectre, who were originally preparing to surround Little Skull, all looked at each other in fear. They no longer cared about Little Skull and hurriedly fled towards the periphery of the valley. The lower-ranked zombie warriors, including the hate warriors, all froze in place as if they were scared silly. They instinctively surrendered and didn't dare to move at all. Chapter 387. This was an extremely cunning bone dragon, Zasika. Its body was about 15 meters long, its pure white bones were thick and sturdy, as though they were cast from the toughest iron and stone. Its entire body overflowed with strands of concentrated death chi. When it roared loudly, all of Tanai's high-level undead creatures scattered and fled in all directions. Those low-level undead creatures stood there motionlessly, trembling under the pressure of the bone dragon's enormous aura. The bone dragons of the netherworld were different from the ordinary dragons of the profound continent. They were special existences of the dragon race that were born in the netherworld. From the moment they appeared, they possessed extremely powerful strength. Because their entire body was cast from pure white bones, they were immune to the vast majority of physical and magical attacks. The peculiar environment of the netherworld created such a peculiar creature. At the same time, they were also adroit manipulators of the death chi in the netherworld. They even possessed some of the mystical attack power of the dragon's breath. Compared to the ordinary dragons of the profound continent, their strength was much higher. The gigantic knight and the mummy lord spectre that originally planned to besiege the little skull had already started to scatter and flee in all directions when the bone dragon's roar sounded. They no longer cared about besieging the little skull. Taking advantage of the fact that bone dragon Zasika wasn't paying attention, he retrieved the little skull's serene luster gem and directly flew towards Han Shoror. When he was about to reach Han Shoror's side, Han Shoror abandoned the skeleton body condensed from the death chi. His consciousness floated to the side of the little skull. When Han Shoror's consciousness fell beside the little skull stuffed the serene luster gem into Han Shoror's consciousness in the form of a vengeful spirit without a second thought. Then, he urged the bone devil to similarly flee into the distance. As soon as the bone dragon flew out from the pitch-black spring, it first emitted the imposing aura of a high-ranked undead creature. When the numerous undead creatures all fled, it fixed its gaze on the little skeleton that was quickly getting further away and roared, "You can't escape, treacherous and despicable skeleton." The bone dragon let out a long roar in the boundless sky and chased after the little skull. The bone devil beneath the little skull was also transformed by the little skull using the bones of a super-rank magical beast from the forbidden land of the profound continent. In such a netherworld, the transformed bone devil's flying speed was actually extremely fast. The bone dragon Zasika that was rushing over like lightning was unable to catch up in a short period of time. At this moment, the serene luster gem that the little skull had casually stuffed into Han Shoror's consciousness suddenly blended with the mental strength within Han Shoror's consciousness. In a split second, a mysterious mental strength energy surged into Han Shoror's consciousness, gradually converging and fusing with the mental strength within. Han Shoror quivered and shuddered. He suddenly reacted. This method of increasing mental strength was exactly the same as the feeling when Han Shoror received mental strength from the Cemetery of Death. In a split second, Han Shoror was almost certain that the mental strength that poured into Han Shoror's mental strength in the Cemetery of Death was also a serene luster gem. However, this wasn't the time to ponder why the Cemetery of Death would have a serene luster gem. Having experienced it last time, Han Shoror immediately absorbed the mental strength that flowed into his consciousness from the serene luster gem to his heart's content, desperately seizing the opportunity to digest the mystical power of the serene luster gem. Suddenly, an incomparably enormous mental strength surged into Han Shoror's consciousness at an extremely fast speed. A piercing pain instantly spread, and soon after, Han Shoror felt dizzy and his vision blurred, not knowing what to do. Aooo! A loud and clear cry of pain sounded. On the profound continent, Han Shoror's main body held the skeletal staff in his hand and howled incessantly. His originally muddle-headed eyes gradually regained clarity. An enormous mental strength was still flowing in his brain. Han Shoror suddenly felt that his left hand was holding a hard object. When he lowered his head to look, it was actually that mysterious skeletal staff. Han Shoror was startled, but soon after, he became wild with joy. He understood that he had inexplicably returned to the profound continent from the netherworld. Amidst his excitement, Han Shoror didn't think too much about it. He hastily discarded all distracting thoughts and merged the pure mental strength that had flowed into his consciousness with his original one. His heart was filled with an enormous sense of joy. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shor gradually sensed that the mental strength he had obtained from the netherworld's serene luster gem had been completely absorbed. Then, an intense call from Little Skull from the netherworld was transmitted over. Han Shor suddenly recalled his experience when he had just escaped into the other dimension. He recalled that Little Skull was still being chased by that bone dragon Zasika. Little Skull's call from the other dimension was obviously a distress signal. Without any hesitation, Han Shor chanted the lowest grade necromancy summoning spell. Little Skull, who was riding the bone dragon, suddenly descended into this underground secret chamber. Little Skull was safe and sound. However, the bone demon he was riding had more than 10 bones broken. It seemed that it was destroyed by that bone dragon. As soon as he descended from the other dimension, Little Skull patted his chest like a human and sent a message to Han Shor, "That cunning bone dragon is really very scary. However, I will definitely make him pay the price in the future." Han Shor looked at the Little Skull in front of him. His heart was filled with endless emotions. This Little Skull, who had the ambition to slaughter the bone dragon, was this the guy who helped him throw the trash in the middle of the night? "Father, how did you enter my world?" Little Skull's purple demon eye glistened as he stared at Han Shor and asked. Han Shor gradually got used to the way Little Skull addressed him. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't know either. However, I understand that it has something to do with this skeletal staff. For the time being, I still haven't figured out what's going on. However, I think I will figure out the situation very soon," Han Shor explained to Little Skull. Then, he frowned and asked Little Skull, "Do you know what the serene luster crystal that I absorbed is?" This kind of serene luster crystal is also a very rare thing in our world. It can temper our soul and make our soul more pure. It is very beneficial for our evolution. Little Skull explained, paused for a moment, and then continued, "Father, in our world, there are also some special things and special life forms. For example, that spectre was evolved from a vengeful spirit. That tall knight was a soul from another plane that fell into our world and absorbed the aura of death, using the body of the evil knight to evolve." Little Skull seemed to be planning to explain the world he was familiar with to Han Shor. He patiently explained the situation of the undead world to Han Shor, as if to clear away Han Shor's misunderstanding of the undead paradise. From Little Skull's description, Han Shor gradually understood that his understanding of the undead world was still a bit one-sided. It turned out that the undead creatures that existed in the undead world were not just those that he knew from necromancy books. Those undead creatures that he knew from necromancy books were originally known by the ancient necromancers, and they were also undead creatures that had found the correct summoning incantations. In addition, there were some evolved or mutated undead creatures, or strange undead creatures that were naturally born from the aura of death in special situations and special places. These were undead creatures that the necromancers had never known or successfully summoned. These special existences were equally powerful, and some were even more powerful than the bone dragons. However, as the necromancers of the past had never encountered them, nor did they have the means to summon them, they did not exist in the necromancy books. However, Little Skull, who had lived in the undead paradise for so long, naturally understood some of the peculiarities that the necromancers of the past did not know about. According to Little Skull's narration, Han Shor also knew that the undead world was also divided into regions and territories. Some of the most ancient and most powerful existences all occupied vast territories, and fought endlessly with each other. There were also extremely powerful undead creatures that even possessed the terrifying strength to tear apart the bindings of the planes, and use their own strength to cross over to the outside world. Just as Han Shor was slowly digesting Little Skull's words, Little Skull suddenly transmitted a message, "Father, I should go back." After a long period of time, as Han Shor still had a mental connection with the Earth and Fire elite zombies, he could completely send Little Skull to the side of the Earth and Fire elite zombies. Then, Little Skull and Bone Dragon Zasika would be separated by tens of thousands of miles, and that bone dragon would naturally be unable to threaten Little Skull again. Han Shoror gave Little Skull such a reminder, nodded with a smile, and sent Little Skull to the Netherworld. After Little Skull left, Han Shoror was still pondering over Little Skull's description of Han Shoror. Some of what Little Skull had said just now was beyond Han Shoror's understanding, causing Han Shoror to be unable to adapt for a moment. From Little Skull's description, Han Shoror had a new understanding of the Netherworld. He also clearly knew that the world was not quite the same as what he had originally imagined. It seemed that not every creature in the Netherworld could be summoned by necromancers. There were many powerful undead existences that transcended the bindings of the planes, and definitely could not be trapped by the power of a necromancer's contract. Shaking his head, Han Shoror no longer thought about matters related to the other world. Han Shoror chanted an incantation, and with a mental strength, rows of bone spears took shape in front of Han Shoror, quietly hovering in the air without moving. Han Shoror only counted the number of bone spears, and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the number of bone spears had increased by a third compared to usual. This meant that Han Shoror's mental strength had indeed received a substantial increase. Although his mental strength was also at the Grand Magus realm, the higher one's mental strength was, the more powerful the magic released would be. Han Shoror was now able to release the bone spear technique. To be able to produce so many bone spears, it was enough to show that Han Shoror's mental strength had indeed received a substantial increase in the other world. The Serene Luster Crystal is truly a good item. Only, why would a Serene Luster Crystal appear under the Cemetery of Death? And why is the skeletal staff able to allow souls to escape into the other world? Could it be that the Cemetery of Death and the Netherworld's creatures have some sort of connection? Han Shoror furrowed his brows, and began to ponder inwardly. Han Shoror couldn't understand this question for a while, but he knew that the Cemetery of Death definitely contained many secrets. He was prepared to properly explore the Cemetery of Death after a period of time, and see if there was anything he hadn't discovered yet. After his consciousness had escaped into the Netherworld, Han Shoror had lost the concept of time. Now that he had returned to the profound continent, Han Shoror didn't know how much time had passed. He hastily returned from the secret room to the Count's mansion, and called Steward Corliss over. When Steward Corliss came over, he hastily said, "My Lord Count, where have you been these past few days? That Miss Phoebe has come over 3 times to see you. Also, His Majesty the King wants you to enter the palace to see him. In addition, there's also some bad news about you that's been circulating outside. I'm worried to death." What bad news? Han Shoror first grasped the main point, and asked Corliss about the news that was unfavorable to him. This. Steward Corliss hemmed and hawed. After Han Shoror glared at him, he replied somewhat fearfully, "There's a rumor that you're a member of the Calamity Church. Ordinary people don't know much about this Calamity Church, but some nobles and people with status all know that the Calamity Church is an evil church." When these words were spoken, Han Shoror was horrified. In the eyes of some great nobles, the Calamity Church was synonymous with evil demons. On the continent, there shouldn't be many people who knew of the Calamity Church's existence that had a good impression of them. Han Shoror had never dared to have too much contact with people from the Calamity Church because he was afraid of leaving people with this kind of impression. He didn't expect that this kind of situation would occur even after he kept his distance from them. Without thinking too much, Han Shoror also knew who had spread the rumor. Apart from the Church of Light and some of Lawrence's political enemies, Han Shoror didn't have many enemies in the Lancelot Empire. These days, Han Shoror was at the peak of his power in the Empire, and it was precisely this rumor that could destroy Han Shoror. This matter was a bit thorny. Han Shoror hesitated for a moment, and then said to Steward Corliss, "I understand. You can leave first. Invite Prince Lawrence and Miss Phoebe for me. Tell them that I want to have a talk with them tonight." After instructing Corliss, Han Shoror immediately left the mansion. After hesitating for a moment, he went straight to the Dark Mantle headquarters to find Candide. When Candide saw Han Shoror, he opened his mouth and said, "Why have you only appeared now? Come, follow me to the Imperial Palace first. I already know about your matter. I've already communicated with His Majesty earlier." This matter can be big or small, we must treat it with caution. On the way to the imperial palace, Candide pointed out that this rumor was spread by the Church of Light, first Prince Charles, and the Duke together. As one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, it was naturally very easy for Candide to investigate this matter. Han Shoror and Candide discussed for a moment, then directly entered the imperial palace through the Dark Mantle's transportation matrix, heading straight for His Majesty Uhtred's palace. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.